All right, 1 second. All right, we're live. Thank you. So good afternoon and welcome to this joint bill hearing for the House Health and Government Operations Committee and Judiciary Committee. I'm the chairman of the Health and Government Operations Committee, Jocelyn Peña-Melnick, joined by my vice chair, Bonnie Collison. We're honored to be joined by the chairman of Judiciary, Chairman Luke Clippinger, and the vice chair, David Moon. Chair Clippinger and Vice Chair Moon, would you like to address the committees?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're happy to be here with you again. Happy to welcome back Chair Emeritus Pendergrass, who's with us here today, and look forward to a good hearing on this challenging, to be sure, but important piece of legislation. So whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your flexibility. We really appreciate it. This is a completely virtual hearing, so I ask for your patience if we encounter any technical or streaming issues, which we probably will, so just be patient. We're going to hear from the bill sponsor and the bill sponsors panel. We will alternate, to be fair, between favorable and unfavorable panels throughout the hearing. The bill sponsor testimony is not limited, but I won't abuse it. While all witnesses will have 2 minutes to provide testimony, a timer will be displayed on the screen and you get 2 minutes. Please try to adhere to the HGO usual committee rules. And these are the HGO committee rules, which is 1 question per member and 1 answer from the panel. So the primary sponsor will decide who's the best person to answer the question so that we don't go back and forward. So it's not 1 question and 1 answer from each witness. Please keep your question brief, no stories, just ask the questions. Otherwise, we will be here all night. We have heard this bill before. It actually made it out of the House, not the Senate. So you're familiar with it. We're going to have only 1 witness. As I said, will be allowed to respond to the question. I understand these guidelines are different. So I will be so grateful if you will please try to adhere to it. Please remain muted during the hearing. Use the raise hand feature on Zoom if you have a question. Once called on, please unmute yourself. Please keep your video on if you're able. When unmuted, make sure you keep background noise to a minimum. Members of the public will be able to view the live stream of this hearing on the Maryland General Assembly website and the YouTube channel. We will be listening to people's very personal experiences and beliefs. Please remain respectful to everyone as they testify today. For the HGO committee, we're voting immediately after this hearing. You must log out and log in with the voting Zoom that was sent to your email address. With that, let's begin the bill hearing on House Bill 933, End of Life Option Act, the Honorable Elijah E. Cummings, and the Honorable Shane E. Pendergrass Act. Madam Vice Chair, Chair Clippinger, Vice Chair Moon, and members of the Health and Government Operations and Judiciary Committees, I'm pleased to present House Bill 933, the End of Life Option Act, also known as the Honorable Elijah Cummings and the Honorable Shane E. Pendergrass Act. House Bill 933 provides terminally ill Marylanders with that have 6 months or less to live the right to choose their end of life path. With the passing of this bill, they will have the option to obtain prescription medication that they could choose to take if their suffering becomes intolerable, so they can die peacefully on their terms with dignity. This is called medical aid in dying. Terminally ill people, it just robs their individual power over their lives. It robs their dignity. I experienced this with my stepsister who passed away January 12, 2020, and she was 49 years old. She had cancer, and she was in so much pain in her final days. I saw her that Sunday before she passed, and I can't get that out of my mind, the pain that she was in. That time was horrendous for her and for our family. No one should have to spend their last moment in agony. These are the circumstances the medical aid in dying is designed for. It allows terminally ill individuals to decide how to spend their remaining days. It gives them the right to bodily autonomy, to have control over their body. This is not the first time, as I said earlier, that these two committees have seen this bill. We have been trying to pass this bill for Marylanders for the past 8 years. In those 8 years, countless Marylanders have died unnecessarily painful death against their wishes. This is what Marylanders want. A record high of 71% of registered Maryland voters support having the option of medical aid in dying for Marylanders. That number becomes 74% once registered Maryland voters learned the 10 states and Washington, D.C. already have it. That's 3/4 of Maryland voters. We rarely agree that strongly on something. This support persists regardless of political affiliation, race, or gender. 82% of individuals who are pro-choice support medical aid in dying, which makes sense. Ultimately, this is about allowing individuals the freedom to make the best choice for themselves. 49% of pro-life individuals and 58% of Catholics also support having the choice of medical aid in dying in Maryland. Over half of Maryland State Medical Society physicians support medical aid in dying. Our newly elected Governor Wes Moore also supports it. Medical aid in dying is safe. This bill does not legalize lethal injection, mercy killing, or euthanasia. The individual must be mentally competent, and they make the choice to request the medications. They must self-administer the medication. No one else can do it for them. We have the benefit of learning from the 11 jurisdictions that have come before us. This includes our neighbor, Washington, D.C. 1 in 5 American residents already have access to compassionate end-of-life options. Individuals in Oregon have had this available for 20 years. There are 14 other states that are debating similar end-of-life legislation this session. And the jurisdictions that have it, it has worked. Based on what we have learned from these other jurisdictions, we have put safeguard in this bill to protect the individual making the request and their providers. Those safeguards include the following. Only the individual may request medicine to end their life. They must be over 18 and a Maryland resident and have the capacity to make a medical decision. The individual must make the request 3 times, once orally, once in writing with 2 witnesses, one of which cannot be a relative of the individual and may not benefit from the individual's death. And the last request is again oral, at least 15 days after the initial oral request and 48 hours after the written request. At least once, the individual must be alone with the attending physician when the request for the medicine to end their life is made, so there's no coercion. We put these safeguards, these guardrails, because we learned over the 8 years what the concerns are. And there are also in the bill criminal penalties for individuals who falsify a written request or coerce an individual with the intent of ending the individual's life. In addition, 2 physicians, an attending and a consulting physician, must certify that the individual has the capacity to make a medical decision and that their prognosis for the individual is that of death, that it's likely that they would die within 6 months. The prescription may only be self-administered by the individual. Death from the self-administered medication which was prescribed shall be deemed death from natural causes as a result of the specified terminal illness. At the end of the day, no one is being forced to do anything. No one has to make this election part of their end-of-life planning. If they want to let nature take its course, they have the right. However, we do not have the right to tell someone they must die in pain. It is not right. It should be their decision. If someone chooses to pursue medical aid in dying, but then changes their mind, that individual may withdraw their request at any time, and they do not have to use the prescribed medication. Any unused medicine must be disposed of in a lawful manner. This is also voluntary for the healthcare provider. However, if their patient makes the request and the provider is not participating, the provider shall quickly transfer medical records on request. A healthcare facility may prohibit an associated healthcare provider from participating in the process under certain circumstances. You see, no one is obligated to do it if they don't want to. As you can tell, we have worked endlessly over the past 8 years to make sure this bill is written appropriately to provide terminally ill Marylanders the ability to make decisions about their end-of-life care and to protect them from coercion. My stepsister was full of life. She was a home health aide. She was a mother, a daughter, a sister. She had a gorgeous smile. She was generous and saw the good in everyone. She loved her family unconditionally. This is how she wanted to be remembered, for the good she brought to the world, not her pain, which is how I picture her. Medical aid in dying allows those that come after her to do just that. I respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 933. Thank you so much for listening. Now we're going to go to the panel. The first panel, we're going to call Chair Emeritus Shane Pendergrass, who actually was the lead on this bill and who has worked so hard for 8 years. And it is such an honor to see you and to work with you. You can go ahead and start your testimony. You're muted. You're muted. It's okay. It happens to all of us.
Thank you. Nothing has changed. Thank you so much to all of you for having me here today, especially to the chairman who has graciously sponsored this bill and the other sponsors of the bill. This bill means a lot to me. I'm choosing to use my time, which the chairman has told me is not limited, so she can, or anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, to read a letter from Elijah Cummings. This bill meant so much to me and it meant so much to him, and I'm so honored to be a part of it. And he can't be here because about 7 or 8 months after he wrote this to us, and I want to set this context, he died a painful death, suffering from cancer. At the time he wrote the letter, he knew that, but we did not. So I want to read the letter that he sent in support of the bill because I want him to be a part of this today, just as I feel it's important for me to be a part of this. And again, thank you to my sister, the present chair of the committee, for all she does, and to the vice chair. Those are very hard jobs. And to Chairman Klippinger, because I know how hard you work, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'm going to read Elijah's letter. Dear colleagues and friends, I have been informed that you would welcome my thoughts regarding the End of Life Option Act, proposed for enactment by the 2019 Maryland General Assembly. Despite my general reluctance to interject my personal views into decisions that under our federal system are properly within your discretion, I've decided to respond. I do so in part because, like many of you, I have reached a time in my own life when I have experienced the loss of far too many people whom I admired and loved. Some who suffered for months knowing that they were about to die. As I recall these losses for you, I must acknowledge that my prayer for those dying loved ones, deprived of any reasonable hope for a prolonged life, was for a respectful and compassionate end to their suffering and a swift journey to that better place that is promised to all people of faith. I say this to you in full knowledge that there are those among us whose conscience can never accept that any person should have the right to choose the manner and time of their passing, even when facing death in the very near term. My reading of the proposed legislation is that it would respect and extensively protect those determinations of conscience, both for the terminally ill person and for all others who may become involved. It seems to me, however, that the critical issue addressed by End of Life Option Act is different, both morally and constitutionally. It is a question of who has a right to choose. The act would recognize that the constitutional right to privacy in Maryland includes the right of a terminally ill human being, legally competent, fully informed, and protected from coercion, to choose the manner and time of their passing. It would recognize and declare that at the end of life, an individual's right to self-determination about one of the most personal decisions that anyone could make supersedes the moral sensibilities of others. As a just and compassionate society, cannot value life in the abstract and deny to those who are about to die the self-determination that they deserve. For these reasons, I commend and support those who would enact this reform in our laws, and at your discretion, I would welcome the inclusion of these comments in the record of your proceeding. Respectfully submitted, Elijah Cummings. With that, I would just say thank you again to all of the members for having me here, and I miss you all, and I appreciate that you carry on the good work that I know is so hard, especially at this time of year. So keep it up, and I'm thinking of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Emeritus, for your testimony and for your work on this bill. I appreciate it. We're going to go on to the next witness, and I was just reminded that a lot of the members and the new members in my committee, but a lot of the Judiciary Committee members have not heard this bill before, so we'll be flexible. And the next witness is Mr. Michael Strauss.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Dr. Michael Strauss and support this bill. You already heard reasons why you should support it, but I want to caution you about unrealistic hypothetical issues that opponents raise. Aid and Dying now has 84 years of experience in 10 states and DC, and you need to understand what has not happened in those states. There have been no unused drugs being abused because patients do not fill their costly prescriptions until they are about to take them, and because the drug powders are now mixed together and realistically cannot be abused. There's no documented cases of patients being coerced, no slippery slope in which a state has modified its laws to be more like Canada and European countries with expanded indication. There's no problem of attending physicians evaluating capacity. University of California, San Francisco Health Systems has always required all patients to see a psychiatrist as part of this. But I have a report now that states they're going to do away with that policy because over 5 years, they found no cases of patients lacking capacity due to a psychiatric condition. There's no problem of failure to notify family members because 95% of patients notify family members and they all have capacity, so they get to decide whom to notify. There's no failure to notify that they should end in a specific location. 95% of deaths happen in the home, 5% in nursing homes. It is misleading to say physicians oppose this. MedChi is neutral. 58% of its members support it. A Maryland Psychiatric Society poll showed 57% support against 38% oppose. There's been no increase in the state suicide rate beyond what happens across all states, and there are no credible cases of an insurer denying coverage because the patient has access to aid and dying. So in the end, please, as you hear hypothetical claims today, just ask if the issue has ever occurred in 84 years of experience with the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to go on to the next witness on the panel, Ms. Diane Cross. Ms. Diane Cross? You have to unmute yourself.
I was
Thank
trying
you
to do
so
it in the
much.
little box, sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate you. Go ahead.
Well, I support medical aid in dying because I've seen how the end of life can be so painful, even on hospice and with medications. If you've ever sat with a dying patient, and I mean sat with them for hours, then you know how difficult it can be for the patient and the family. I come with a vast knowledge of the dying and the living patients. I took end of life and night and day care of my mother, who also had metastatic breast cancer. I worked for 35 years as an occupational therapist and 23 of those years in home care and hospice care. I have metastatic breast cancer, stage 4, and I am dying. Not today, not tomorrow, but that day is soon approaching. Tests showed innumerable tumors in my lungs and liver, all my lymph nodes, multiple bones, my skull, and my brain. I've had whole brain radiation. Now on chemo 3, I have a better potential for living longer and seeing my son. I should have been dead 6 months ago. My mother was mentally competent until the last 6 days of her life when she slipped into a coma-like state from the cancer.
Hi.
The last 2 months, she had no quality of life and a great deal of pain.
I'm in my office, 3260.
1 second. Delegate Rosenberg, please mute yourself. Please
Sorry.
mute Michelle. I'm so sorry. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. I'm Diane. Over the
Okay.
last 2 months, she had no quality of life, even though she was competent, until the last 6 days when she slipped into a coma-like state from the cancer. Over the last 2 months, she had no quality, to her own comments, and a great deal of pain, and she was on the hospice. Pain medicine was helping her, but even when upped or changed, did not cover the pain she had when we had to roll her side to side to bathe her, or moving any limb for any movement. She would moan. I can still hear that moan. And her breathing was difficult as her lungs were filling with fluid. Even on hospice, she, like many of my patients, did not have a peaceful or gentle death. Please don't allow the minority to determine my bodily autonomy. The choice should be mine. Support this bill for people like me, families, and for the right of bodily autonomy. The time is now. Thank you.
And thank you for sharing your story and your mother's story. We really, both committees appreciate it, okay?
Thank you.
Next, we have Diana Bernard.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name's Diana Barnard, and I am a board certified physician. I'm board certified in both family medicine as well as hospice and palliative medicine. I have 28 years of experience post-training, and the last 14 of those years have been spent exclusively caring for patients and families that are navigating serious illness. I work in Vermont, where medical dying has been legal for almost 10 years. And I'm here to share with you that the law is working well and as intended. I work to help pass the law. I regularly prescribe under the law, and I also educate and support other physicians who do this work. We have a every other year report to our legislature in Vermont, and the most recent one in January of 2022 showed that the law is working well and there are no instances of abuse. 116 Vermonters qualified for the law, and every Vermonter was benefited by having the option. Our experience really closely mirrors that of the 9 other states and the District of Columbia, where medical aid in dying is currently legal. I think it's important to recognize that this law offers vital comfort and a measure of control for patients that I care for, patients who are desperate to live but must accept that they are dying. Very importantly, these laws also protect the rights of patients and physicians for whom this would never be the right choice and they choose not to participate. I really can't emphasize enough just how unique the challenges are of people that are living and dying with terminal illness. Dying is such a deeply personal experience, and suffering is deeply personal. And I believe we need many tools in our toolbox to help us address the ways in which people suffer. The people I care for want to live as long as possible, but when they are dying, they also want to say in how they die. I am aware that the polls in your state show that the vast majority of your residents want this as just one option when they are terminally ill. And I hope you will see that it can can be safe and give the residents what they want. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us today and sharing your experience. We appreciate it. Next, we have Mr. Dan Diaz.
Hello, my name is Dan Diaz, and I am Brittany Menard's husband. My wife died on November 1st, 2014. Brittany was only 29 years old. She had a gentle dying process only because of the option of medical aid in dying. So yes, my wife used the very program that we are here discussing today. I am testifying in support of HB 933. Brittany's case received significant attention because we had to move from our home. This is a photograph of her on the cover of People magazine. We had to move to Portland, Oregon so that she could access Oregon's law. Had we stayed in California at that time, that brain tumor would have essentially tortured her to death. So in contrast to the hypotheticals and the many times false narratives that the opponents try to attach to medical aid in dying, I've actually lived this experience. To be clear, a terminally ill individual that applies for this option is not giving up. They are not suicidal, and they are not deciding between living and dying. The option of living is no longer on the table. The opponents seem to ignore that. A terminally ill Marylander that is in Brittany's predicament, the only option they have is between two different methods of dying. One is gentle, the other can be filled with unrelenting pain. Brittany felt incredibly protected throughout this entire process of applying for this option because getting through this process is not easy. Those safeguards are real. I want to emphasize the importance of palliative and hospice care. Brittany's team played a huge role in helping to keep her comfortable at end of life, but modern medicine cannot control pain and suffering in all cases, period. Any assertion by anyone that they can control suffering in 100% of the cases, that is patently false. I can line up physicians, nurses, hospice care workers that will refute such an arrogant claim. The people of Maryland deserve better than what Brittany had to endure. No one in Maryland should ever have to leave their home and move to another state just to ensure a gentle dying process. Thank you.
Thank you for the testimony today, and so sorry about your loss. And thank you for being here with us today. For both committees, this actually concludes the first panel, and now we're going to open it up for questions. And I know some of you, it's the first time you hear it, so we're going to be flexible. And I will call people in the order in which I see it. First, I saw Delegate Kaufman, followed by Delegate Grammer. Delegate Kaufman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for everything you did to take into account the needs of people with disabilities in this legislation. My one question is for Dr. Strauss. I wanted to know, I was just curious, what is noted on the death certificate for somebody who chooses this option and why?
Well, the underlying disease process is put on the death certificate. And I know that's controversial sometimes, but I would like to respond by saying there are times when physicians have to put on the death certificate, indicate a cause that is trying to balance several different needs. I will give you the example of someone is injured in an auto accident. They end up in the emergency room, they're intubated, and they're there in the hospital for hours or a day. And finally, the family members withdraw life support. The patient was living until they stopped the ventilator. Now they've died. The cause of death isn't stopping the ventilator. It goes back to the original motor vehicle accident. Same with other types of cases where one has to balance the sometimes conflicting needs. In this case, it is appropriate. The patients are dying of their terminal disease, and that is what goes on the death certificate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe my question is for you. Can you tell me how the bill speaks to hospitals or healthcare organizations that, for whatever reason, be it religious or otherwise, let's say, for example, St. Joseph's Hospital, if they decline to provide this treatment, how would this bill speak to their ability to kind of control the services that they offer?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. So if their patient makes the request and the provider is not participating, the provider shall immediately transfer the medical record to someone else that is able to do it. And regarding the hospital, the healthcare facility may prohibit an associated healthcare provider from participating in this process under certain circumstances. So as you can see, it's not, no one is mandated to do it. It's very respectful of that.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. Next, we have Delegate Bagnall, followed by Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this question is directed to Mr. Diaz. First of all, I'm very sorry for your loss. You did speak about the palliative care and the hospice care available in your state. So can you speak to why Brittany, your wife, felt the need to move to another state to make this process available?
Certainly. So before deciding to move from our home in California, obviously we were researching any clinical trial, every option to ensure that first, the effort is to extend her life as long as possible. But as far as then, when it was clear that the aggressiveness of that brain tumor and the 6 months that she had, Brittany just wanted to make sure that she would be comfortable in that dying process. So we researched the options. It's referred to as terminal sedation or palliative sedation. And that is something that is available in all 50 states. And I just want to take a second to explain this because, 40, 50 years ago, that was viewed as somewhat controversial. But now even the Catholic Church supports and is fine with palliative sedation. And it is the option that a lot of times the opponents will cite as being, well, we can keep a person comfortable because we place them in palliative sedation. Brittany researched this. We looked into it. I've now seen it firsthand play out a few times. Terminal sedation is the medical practice of putting a person into a coma and then withholding food and water until that person dies, essentially of dehydration, starvation, whatever the disease is doing to them. I've seen that play out where it can be 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. And for Brittany, that idea of basically lingering unconscious, and it's the family members that are holding vigil. You are keeping that person sedated. In one case, the patient, her name was Jennifer Glass. And on 2 occasions, she started coming out of that sedation. The family rushes to get her sedated again. But by that time, eyes wide open, arms flailing, clearly in discomfort. And Brittany said, no, that to me, it's the same process. The end result of medical aid in dying is death. The end result with terminal or palliative sedation is death. Palliative sedation is basically the same as medical aid in dying. It's just in slow motion. For Brittany, within 5 minutes of taking the medication, she fell asleep very peacefully. Within 30 minutes, her breathing slowed to the point where she passed away. So that was the difference. And so thank you for the question. We absolutely looked at every option that Brittany might have, but the idea of terminal sedation for her, that was something that it still terrified her. And she said, no, I want to be able to take that control away from the tumor, away from this cancer, and ensure a gentle dying process. So that's the importance of this for a terminally ill Marylander to have this option and not have to leave their home.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your answer. I'm looking through the questions. I see a lot of HGO members. I want to be fair in the process. and make sure that I call on a judiciary member if there's a question, and I don't see anyone from judiciary yet, so I'm going to go ahead and call on Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, panelists. Dr. Strauss, it's good seeing you again. Can you tell us all how you reconcile your position on this legislation with your Hippocratic Oath?
Sure, that's a great question. I think references are made by the opposition to the Hippocratic Oath, and I think they're misleading. There are two types of Hippocratic Oaths we're talking about. There's one that's 2,400 years old and has many irrelevant parts irrelevant to medicine today. That oath, which you can find online, takes an oath to Apollo the god. It only references male physicians and teachers. It doesn't allow surgery. Cutting, it talks about cutting for stone. Doesn't allow abortion, which is legal in Maryland. So the one theme, I think, from the original oath that comes through today is to do what's right for the patient. Now let's talk about the oath I took, probably the one you took, and medical students take today, or new doctors. I found a paper about 20 years ago that looked at the oaths taken in all the allopathic medical schools. Those are the ones that educate MDs. At the time, there were 122, and 116 of those had oaths that were very consistent with medical aid in dying. And that includes Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. I looked at its oath from last year, happened to, and very consistent with medical aid in dying. There's more than 150 medical schools today. I don't know the exact numbers now, but I'm sure virtually all of them have an oath, and virtually all of those are consistent with medical aid in dying. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate White, followed by Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, panelists. My question is, are the provisions and steps needed to request this by the patient in this bill similar or more extensive in comparison to those in other states that have this in place?
Dr. Strauss.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You muted yourself. It's okay.
So of the 10 states in the District of Columbia, Montana has not passed legislation, but it's not illegal to assist. So that puts it in a different category. Of all the other states plus District of Columbia, they're all virtually the same. They have the same protections. Our law has been, the bill has been modified a couple of times to put a few extra things, like not all states require meeting for the physician to meet alone with the patient. Some change the category or the qualifications of the witnesses, but they're all basically the same, and they do a good job.
Thank you. Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I fully understand this, but so there has to be a diagnosis of a terminal illness. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
And we have a legal definition of a terminal illness, if Dr. Strauss wants to answer that.
Dr. Strauss.
Yes, it's in the bill, and it's, I don't have it written right in front of me, but it's basically that is the patient is more likely than not to die within the next 6 months, but maybe.
So 51%, that's more likely than not.
What's that?
Is it so 51% would suffice?
I don't know what it would suffice, but it's.
It's in the, if I may, it's in the bill on page 6, line 7. Terminal illness means a medical condition that within reasonable medical judgment involves a prognosis for an individual that likely will result in the individual's death within 6 months. But remember, it's up to the individual if they make the request to decide when they're going to take it, how they're feeling, and they're in communications with their provider.
If I may, Madam Chair, is that
Sure.
consistent with the other 10 states that have already passed it?
Dr. Strauss?
Yes, it's all, they're all within 6 months. I don't know the exact language, but it's basically the same, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just going to look and see if there are any other questions for this panel from any members. You're welcome to have the conversation. Anything that you're concerned about, this is the time to do it. I don't see any other questions for this panel. Now we're going to call a panel of an unfavorable panel. Thank you very much, and thank you to the committee for your patience. So first, we're going to call Deborah Brocato. Good afternoon. How are you? And this is the time where, remember I said we may have a little technical difficulty, just be patient. Is she in?
Yes.
Ms. Brocato, will you please get started, unmute yourself and give us your testimony?
I am looking for a start video. Okay.
Will you be?
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Deborah Brocato and I'm testifying for myself. My father suffered, I'm from Harford County, lifelong resident of Maryland. My father suffered emotionally, psychologically, and physically at the hands of his father. As a result, he suffered from depression and alcoholism. When I was 22, my father took an industrial strength electrical cord and hung himself. My father needed appropriate treatment, which he sought but did not receive. His suicide was not the solution for his depression or his alcoholism, and certainly did not help our family. We were devastated. Killing yourself is a result of despair, not the decision of a healthy mind. People can and do choose suicide every day. The CDC tells us that there were over 48,000 suicides in 2021. That's 132 suicides every day. Do not normalize suicide by passing this bill. Do not turn killing into some kind of healthcare choice. In contrast, with 2 toddlers and being pregnant, I cared for my mother during her cancer battle. She was total care for the last 3 months of her life. Her pain was well controlled, but she refused pain meds so she could live, not sleep. My mother was not a burden ever to me. There are millions of people in healthcare dedicated to helping those who are suffering, whether emotional, psychological, or physical. Do not turn those professionals into executioners. We must consider this bill in the context of other legislation the Assembly has enacted or is trying to enact that blurs the lines of health occupations when they're expanding scope of practice. And we see the term licensed healthcare professional in this bill. Promote compassionate and appropriate treatment. Please turn away from the callous act of assisted suicide. Please give Senate Bill HB 933 an unfavorable report. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank
And
you.
I'm so sorry about your loss.
Thank you.
The next person we have is Hallie Dahlman. Will you be so kind and unmute yourself?
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Dr. Holly Dahlman, and I have been an internal medicine physician for over 20 years. I own Green Spring Internal Medicine, a small primary care practice in Lutherville. I oppose this dangerous bill. Even if the surveys were clear that this is about medically prescribed death, the majority is not always right. Health insurance companies have profited handsomely by not spending money on healthcare. In Maryland, the total cost of care model incentivizes hospitals to reduce costs of healthcare. Accountable care organization models throughout Maryland pay medical practices like mine a yearly bonus of shared savings for reducing per capita health expenditures. Life-saving care is often expensive. This is no time for the low-cost death option. To permit medically prescribed death would be to open the way to an entirely unmanageable set of financial conflicts of interest for health insurance companies, hospitals, and medical practices. Will the priority be in healthcare? What will it be? Profitability or people? Proponents stated that there is no evidence of coercion or risk of harm to the vulnerable. However, secrecy is built into this bill. There would be no way to study this adequately because death certificates would not state the cause of death as medically prescribed. If your bill were entitled Physician Prescribed Death, would it pass? Personal autonomy should not come at the expense of other groups of vulnerable people, especially at a time when many still lack access to care. The AMA's policy is actually that physician-assisted suicide is fundamentally inconsistent with the physician's professional role. Just Google it. I'm a member of the American College of Physicians, an organization representing over 160,000 internal medicine physicians. The ACP stands opposed to physician-assisted suicide. In states where physician-assisted suicide is legalized, physicians have refused to participate. I have many other points in my written testimony. Please give this bill an unfavorable report.
Thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it. Are there any questions for this witness? Let me just look. There is actually a question from Delegate Collison. You're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
So doctor, you are a primary care physician, is that right?
Yes.
That's not my question though. Okay. Do people in Maryland currently have the ability to choose to refuse food and water in order to end their suffering when they're suffering from a disease? And can you describe what their deaths are like when they choose to refuse food or water?
Sure. And yes, and I would also add that choosing to refuse or refusing food and water has been a patient right for a very long time. Also, terminal sedation, as well as has been described. However, these matters are ethically distinct from a physician actively acting to end somebody's life. It's fundamentally and vastly different situation. It all comes down to the motivation of whether we are standing out of the way of the natural dying process, or are we actively administering death or helping a patient to self-administer death. They're ethically distinct. I have, thankfully, my practice in Lutherville is Gilchrist Inpatient Hospice is halfway between my practice and my home. And so I have had the opportunity to see my patients in their last days and hours of death. Generally speaking, in the hospice setting, patients are given medications to ease shortness of breath, oftentimes to ease anxiety. They are offered, they can decline food and water, but a lot of times we'll administer like Vaseline or other balms to kind of soothe the suffering of somebody in those terminal states. And the breathing can look alarming to people at the end of life, and that can be hard for family members to see. But I don't actually believe the patient is experiencing shortness of breath, because medications like morphine actually take away air hunger and relieve that level of suffering. So I think that really, there's obviously the need for greater research for hospice care. There's a need for investment in research on how to alleviate suffering at the end of life. And I think if we did do a better job, and I think we mostly do an excellent job. A lot of my patients actually are doing home hospice, not even being inpatient. But if we did a better job, we would put this whole thing out of the market. It would be not a demand. People would not be led to fear for the suffering at the end of life if we just did a better job relieving it. And I would say that all physicians I know are deeply committed to providing care that is compassionate and helpful to our patients at the end of life, and that every effort is made to relieve our patients' suffering. Thanks for the question. Yeah, thank you.
Delegate Cardin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Doctor, for testifying. Just want to make sure I understood what you were saying. So my understanding of this bill is that a doctor would not be forced to participate. But the indication that I got from you is that certain doctors might feel some sort of coercion to participate. Is that my understanding? Or
Well, actually, I was making a greater case that patients and their families would be feeling coerced by the medical community. So my first point about financial conflicts of interest actually relates to how the healthcare system in Maryland specifically is functioning. And so hospitals are in the total cost of care model, which is incentivizing hospitals to save on healthcare spending. Practices like mine are in ACO models, which actually receive a bonus of shared savings in the years that we actually achieve a lower per capita health expenditure. And then of course, insurance companies are incentivized to save and not spend money. So I think that doctors in this law this bill that's being proposed does have some protections to help doctors not feel coerced or forced to participate in this. But actually, I think my point was that physicians will refuse to participate in this because national organization, the American Medical Association, as I quoted, says that it's fundamentally inconsistent with the ethics of physicians. I can pull up my quote again, but I don't want to be redundant. So it's really inconsistent with the values of the profession, and it's viewed in low regard by major national organizations of physicians, and we consider it out of concert with what we should be doing.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I've not gotten any testimony talking about insurance companies with incentives, and I don't believe that is anything that's in the record. So I just don't see any of that in the bill, but thank you very much.
Yeah, it is in. Thank you. We have Delegate Johnson followed by Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, you made a statement that in the areas where this is permitted, physicians aren't doing it. Are there any physicians in those areas doing it?
Well, I think that it would be implicitly obvious. I believe that the physician from Vermont who testified as a proponent earlier on Tuesday testified that she herself has administered this. So I did not say no physicians. I will make a general point that most physicians will not participate.
But there are physicians that are participating.
There are physicians that will participate.
Thank you.
So they're not the usual. Yeah.
I have Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also Mr. Chairman there. My question, I was trying to understand the distinction you were making between the death with dying with dignity that's being offered in this bill to what I think you were referring to, therapeutic or something medicinal. I mean, my father was a Maryland resident at a Maryland hospital, and it was the doctors who prescribed the morphine in the hospital to speed up his death. So how is that any different? And aren't doctors already doing this now? And how is this bill any different from that?
Yeah, so I think that I would think that it would not be likely that the motivation of the doctors in your relative's case would have been in order to hasten or cause death. That is actually not something that we do. I think that it is all about the intention. So there is a fundamental ethical distinction, and it comes down to the motivation of what the doctor has. The desire of the doctor to hasten death is ethically distinct from the desire to relieve suffering, to address symptoms of pain or shortness of breath. So we know, for example, that morphine is a pain medicine and it can relieve the suffering of pain. We also know that morphine can reduce the respiratory drive. And so as a side effect, it might cause somebody to have respiratory arrest. But the intention of administering morphine is not to cause respiratory arrest. That would be to kill the patient. The intention is to relieve the suffering. And that is ethically distinct.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Dowman. trying to understand if there's nothing in this bill that requires that a person at a certain point towards terminal end, that requires them to request this aid or to take the medication that they have to self-administer. And there's nothing in the bill that imposes external criteria for how one judges the quality of someone else's life, or frankly, the quality of their dying. Why would you not expect for the physician to be able to choose whether they wish to participate or not based on their own moral compass and understanding of what their ethical obligations are to their own patient? Why is that something that you, me, or other practitioners would be expected to continue to impose on them?
Well, I think there are two aspects of that. So I think the first aspect is whether it is just across the board patently wrong for physicians to participate in medical killing. This issue has a history, and the history is of concern. Should physicians be in the business of medical killing? That should be considered thoughtfully. And so at face value, it's possible that this is morally wrong for all physicians, and medical organizations have essentially said that. So I think that is one thing. I think that, physicians choosing or not choosing to participate in this, that is something that this law would allow some physicians to participate in killing their patients or killing a patient that they recently met, because I would say that physicians like me in primary care, the majority of us would refuse to participate in killing our longtime patients who we have cared for. And so I think it's likely that the physicians who would participate in this might be strangers to these patients. And that would also raise the question of whether they are adequately able to determine terminal illness in the case of the patient, because terminal illness is inherently difficult to define. In my written testimony, I've written that we wish we had crystal balls to understand better and help people be more prepared, but we are not accurate in the medical field being able to really adequately determine terminal illness. So the patients would likely be in the hands of somebody who doesn't really know them very well, and that runs the risk that the terminal illness requirement might not be actually met adequately.
Delegate Taveras.
Thank you. My challenges with this is that there isn't really a great amount of thank you, Madam Chair. That it is my understanding that there isn't a great amount of training in palliative care, hence the reason why folks are turning for a different alternative. And because doctors are not necessarily well versed in how to mitigate pain or even propose the alternative of cannabis, that people opt to go a different route on how they wish to live their last days. I mean, what is your
Delegate,
response?
what is your question?
What is your response to that?
Yeah, and my response to that is absolutely. I think that we all need to have greater training. We need to have greater knowledge. That's why I say that there needs to be more funding of research in palliative care and hospice care. Palliative care needs to be part of every training program. Cannabis needs to be studied as a potential therapeutic in relieving pain. There are some studies that demonstrate that. I truly, we need to make every effort to provide compassionate healthcare to people who are either afraid of suffering, afraid of burdening their families, who are afraid of what the end might be like. You know, but a lot of this is the picture that is painted, and really a lot of the reason why people have chosen physician-assisted suicide is not due to pain, but more the fear of what the end might be like. And I think if we were with our patients, if we were with them till the end, holding their hands, being present, then we would obviate the need for this kind of thing, because so we just, you know, I think we are doing so much better. The trajectory of my early career to my later middle career has involved earlier referral to hospice care. That does give us a greater opportunity. It gives us a lead time to work on relieving symptoms. It allows us to locate the care of the patient to their home setting. It allows us to prepare our families and caregivers much better. And I think that I can't say that all deaths are good deaths in the sense of home hospice providing the way that people's every suffering is relieved. But I think that a lot of suffering really is. And I think that we can do better, but I think we already are doing better. And I think that we should really invest in training and have our healthcare workforce equipped. And really the patient-centered movement, that's very much the way healthcare has been administered over the past 10 years. We are in patient-centered models, are all wrapped around patients' goals, their families' goals. We really listen. We pare back treatment when the patient doesn't want it. And so all of these things are part of what we're doing right now. And really, I think we just need to keep doing what we're doing and do it even more and do it better. Great question, though. Thank you.
Delegate Woods.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for you, Dr. Dowman. I hear people say it, and I have never seen any support, but what qualitative and or quantitative research is available that either defines or explains to us how we know a person makes a decision out of fear?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I had meant to look up these earlier studies, and I did not include any of these in my written testimony. And it's possible there are other physicians present today who might have this more off the top of their heads. But they did do some looking into the causes that people pursued physician-assisted suicide in Oregon's early experience. And also there's a lot of information now also coming out of Europe and even Canada about why people are deciding to choose medically initiated death. There's a notable case that was written about in the New York Times in January about a 37-year-old woman with Ehlers-Danlos, not a terminal condition, who chose to pursue euthanasia in Canada and was actually administered euthanasia. And so, you know, while states have not chosen to go all the way to euthanasia in our area, a lot of the reasons why people are pursuing that in Europe, are not even reasons of terminal illness. So severe mental illness, loneliness has even been used as a reason. So there is data from around the world, and also some data from Oregon about how it is not pain, it's not active pain or active symptoms, it's more the anticipation of those things, or even the anticipation of burdening family members, or the fear of death that is more of a reason. And really, you know, I wanted to bring that to the committee's attention.
May I have a point of clarification, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Because you actually said something that I have found, and you made the statement, the people you just mentioned are not people who are terminally ill. They do not have an illness that does not show a healing process. The very example you gave, this bill is specifically for people who have an undeniable terminal illness with an undeniable time frame. And so I'm trying to understand, because when I hear all of this research about people who they identify as having fear, 95% of the time, these are not people diagnosed with a terminal illness. So can you clarify that for me, please?
Well, I think that the Oregon context is only for terminal illness. I think the only context for physician-assisted suicide in the United States is for terminal illness. So the data on Oregon is related to terminal illness, and it is related to physician-assisted suicide.
Delegate Kaufman.
Yes, Doctor, I thank you for being here. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so my question is this, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here and the important work that primary care physicians do. My question is a basic one, and then I'll tell you why I'm asking you. Have you taken the time to read the chairman's bill?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm a little bit confused because you keep mentioning, and I respect your opinion, about doctors killing patients. But the bill is, the chairwoman's bill is explicit that the person must give themselves that medication on their own. So I was just confused by what you meant, because they have to take the pill themselves. Secondly, and then you were talking about, lastly, loneliness. And so I wanted to know, how many people that you know that have made this choice for themselves, that have been lonely, but haven't had 6 months to live, because you can't just say, I'm lonely, I want to do this. You have to say, have independent experts say you have 6 months to live. So thank you. If you could expand on that, that'd be great.
So I guess I'll take the loneliness question first, which is I have no patients who have pursued physician-assisted suicide because it is not legal in Maryland. So I don't have that experience. And I'm sorry, if you can repeat your first question.
Yes, my first question was, I was confused by your assertion that doctors are killing patients because were you aware that the chairwoman's bill is explicit that the individual has to take the pill themselves?
Yeah.
So, so I just wondered what you meant by killing patients when nobody can give themselves the pill except the person who wants to die.
So if I were in a hospital setting and I accidentally prescribed a toxic dose of potassium chloride to the patient and they died, the malpractice attorney would say that I killed my patient. I did not administer it myself. I put the order in, a nurse administered it, and the patient died of it. So I think that there's a not really very strong ethical distinction. I think there is of concern, however, though, that if there's a setting where a patient cannot self-administer, for example, like ALS, that this kind of a bill could evolve as a matter of access to care, that there could become a demand for euthanasia, for active euthanasia, where a physician would actually administer a lethal dose of a medication to a patient who could not self-administer. So I think that would be the case of a physician actively administering death, sort of Jack Kevorkian style. However, I do see that the physician is actively committing a course of action. The pharmacist as well is dispensing this, and the result of the course of action of the physician and the pharmacist and the patient is death. That is the outcome.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I do have a clarification. Being the chairman of the Health and Government Operations Committee, you said something that concerns me greatly, that I will have to follow up with the Hospital Association and the Board of Physicians. You said that because of the total cost of care model, people now are incentivized to harm their patients, to kill them, because they will save money. And I want to make sure before I send out an email that that is really concerning.
So just to clarify, that is not exactly what I said. So I think that I would want you to go back to what I actually said if you were going to quote me.
Well, tell me what you said.
Okay.
Because you did say that because of the Maryland is under the total cost of care model, and we get penalized because we have to save money, that you feel that people would be incentivized to kill their patients. And that concerns greatly myself and my members. I want to make sure what you said.
Okay. So I will say what I actually said, and I know that people can hear things differently, and I have the same issue. So I want to read what I prepared. So I'll reread what I prepared.
Just for that session, that's it. Just for
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So life-saving care is often expensive. To permit medically prescribed death would be to open the way to an entirely unmanageable set of financial conflicts of interest for health insurance companies, hospitals, and medical practices.
But you did mention the total cost of care in
I
your
did,
testimony.
yeah.
You
That's
did, you did.
right.
And is
And
that
so-
is that in writing?
It is, and it's in my written remarks as well. So I would point you all to my written remarks where I was able to expand on this a little bit more. We were told that we could only have 2 minutes, and so that's why my remarks were brief. And went
Yeah, but when you testify orally, that is what I heard, and I'm sure everyone else. So I'm really
Yeah,
concerned,
so-
but we'll go back to your reading remarks.
Yeah, I would do
Okay,
that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right.
Thank
Thank you very much for letting me testify.
Our pleasure. Are there any other questions for this witness? Let me just check to make sure, doctor, that we got both committees. And there are no other questions. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. You have a blessed day. Next, we have Joseph Marine.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. Chair Pena-Melick, Chair Klibinger, and honored committee members. Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Marine, and I'm speaking in opposition to the End of Life Option Act. I'm a cardiologist practicing with Johns Hopkins Medicine in Baltimore with over 20 years of clinical experience. I'm also a member of the American Medical Association, the American College of Physicians, and the Baltimore City Medical Society, all of which oppose the legalization of assisted suicide. The End of Life Option Act represents dangerous and misguided public policy, which violates many of the basic principles of patient safety and which does nothing to address the real needs of Maryland patients with advanced illnesses and disabilities. You have my written testimony. I would like to emphasize several points. First, this bill is dangerous with no real safeguards or protection from abuse. Proponents of this bill will tell you that there are no reports of abuse from other states. But how can someone who has died from assisted suicide file a complaint? And how can the next of kin file a complaint when everyone involved has been immunized by the law and all the records are protected from discovery and subpoena, and the death certificates are falsified? There are no medical witnesses to the patient's consumption of drugs and death, and there's no oversight or safety monitoring board. The bill is structured to shield everyone involved from scrutiny and accountability. Secondly, assisted suicide is not medical care. It has no basis in medical science, practice, or tradition. During the pandemic, we talked about following the science. However, there is no science behind assisted suicide. The lethal drug concoctions used have never been scientifically tested, and the FDA has never approved any drugs for this purpose. Furthermore, we know that doctors practicing assisted suicide in other states have been allowed to perform unregulated and unethical experiments on patients using combinations of cheaper drug cocktails, sometimes with tragic results. Experimentation such as this violates basic principles of medical ethics, including the Declaration of Helsinki. This bill would effectively license such experimentation in Maryland. Third, we're seeing in our society an accelerating epidemic of poisoning deaths from fentanyl, including tragic deaths of children and adults accidentally. In this context, why would we want to legalize and normalize this form of poisoning with other controlled prescription drugs? Fourth, we know that in states with assisted suicide, patients have lived up to 3 years after receiving a prescription, in violation of the law which requires a 6-month prognosis, with no accountability or consequences for the physicians. We know that 15 to 20% of US patients referred for hospice care survive their 6-month prognosis, and 6% are found not to be terminally ill, and that doctors are even more inaccurate in prognosis in other settings. All this means that we cannot know how many wrongful deaths are occurring in other states under this law. Fifth, the issue of choice that proponents raise. When this bill provides no guarantee of access to high quality palliative and hospice care and pain management programs, it is unrealistic to call this a choice or an option. With increasing emphasis on cost containment, it seems inevitable that patients will be nudged or even pushed towards the cheaper option. This bill would create very difficult or unmanageable conflict of interest for health systems and clinicians. The End of Life Option Act provides a new license for doctors to violate basic principles of medical care and take the lives of vulnerable patients with broad legal immunity and no real oversight or accountability. It does not give any patients any new rights at all and takes away many basic legal protections. What Maryland patients with advanced illnesses need is more support and greater access to excellent palliative and hospice care programs. We have some of the best healthcare in the world right here in Maryland. We should use it and not undermine our healthcare system with assisted suicide. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you. And if you can hold on, don't go anywhere. Let me call the next two witnesses, Francis Arlinghaus and then George Gano. Will you be so kind and unmute yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Dr. Frank Arlinghaus, not a physician, and I ask for an unfavorable report on this bill. Please refer to my written testimony for more extensive references, and please refer to the 70-page report by the National Council of Disability for credible references to the cases the proponents deny the existence of. I oppose the bill, but also believe that those in favor need to amend the bill to protect vulnerable groups from coercion. Vulnerable populations are at risk, from an economic incentive for insurance companies to pay for ending a life and not to cover life-extending treatment. This leaves poor and disabled populations at risk. We see a push for this in Canada, and the NCD report calls out the 2008 Wagner case in Oregon and the 2016 Packer case in California. Those with physical or mental challenges will also be at greater risk for coercion. Mental health protections are inadequate. Refer to the 2020 Oregon report where only 2 patients were referred for counseling, yet a British Medical Journal study of 58 Oregonians receiving lethal medication identified that 26% of the population presented for depressive disorder and 22% for anxiety disorder. Furthermore, the NCD report documents the Freeland case where a patient with a 43-year history of depression was prescribed a lethal medication by a CNC doctor, but was rescued by Physicians for Compassionate Care. Suicide in Oregon from legalization to 2010 increased at higher rates than the US average. Since 2011, they further increased 32% from 685 suicides to 906 suicides in 2019. This does not account for those who died from physician-assisted suicide, but that increase would be almost 40% if those cases were counted. The bill sends an ambiguous message on suicide to our youth and the rest of society at a time when suicide is increasing across the country and at greater levels in PAS states. The message is that suicide is acceptable under certain circumstances, and that we will continue to extend these circumstances legally or informally, whether we like it or not. I ask for an unfavorable report and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate it. Next, we have Mr. George Gano, and then we'll open it up for questions for these 3 witnesses.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you today?
Fine. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is George Gano, and I am in opposition to House Bill 933. I have a family member who suffers from mental health issues. With help, she's able to lead a relatively normal life. But I'm afraid that if this bill becomes law, people like my family member and others with mental health issues will be at a greater risk of suicide. So I have 4 concerns about the bill. The first is that there's no real safeguards against coercion. There are no witnesses required at the time of the suicide. And my family member, she's easily influenced by people who don't have her best interests in mind, a lot of toxic people in her life. So I'm worried, what is to stop someone from coercing her into killing herself? The next concern, there are no real safeguards for the poison. My family member has lived with roommates in the past. Suppose a roommate gets a prescription for this poison and brings it into the household. My family member becomes depressed. She could find it in the medicine cabinet or the bathroom sink, ingest it, and end her life. Also, in other countries, these laws have expanded quickly because you can't really give a right to only a certain class of people. But depression, at least my sister's case, depression and other mental health conditions are treatable. So suicide is not a solution. And finally, insurance companies will use suicide to save money. I mean, my family member will probably need medical care the rest of her life, and this care costs money. So our healthcare systems are already under strain, and as our population ages, they'll be even under more of a strain. So suicide will always be the cheaper option. So in conclusion, I urge an unfavorable report, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today, and I'm sorry about your family member. Actually, are there any questions for any of these three witnesses? First, I see Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
My pleasure.
Thank you. My question is for the first doctor. One of the more unfortunate things that we have to deal with, both in society and in this legislative body, is the suicide epidemic. And obviously, I've done a lot of reading on the social contagion, and we know what the statistics are coming out of Oregon because it's probably our best case study. In your clinical opinion, do you think that is that an anomaly, or are you concerned that we'll have even a larger unassisted suicide problem if it is legalized in the state of Maryland? And I know I'm asking you to prognosticate, but if you could.
I've heard psychiatrists express this concern. I'm not an expert in suicide contagion, but I think it is a reasonable concern if we send as a society a message that this is okay, that this is a way to end your life. I'm concerned about the message that we'll have on younger people in particular.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
And my question is for the first doctor as well. I apologize, I don't have your name in front of me. In discussing the suicide in Oregon, higher than normal rate, can you help me understand the line to causation with respect to having a end of life option law?
I think it would just speak to a general atmosphere of permissiveness, would be my assumption. And again, I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't claim to be an expert on this. I have seen the data suggesting that the suicide rate, first of all, nationally, as we all know, is rising. Oregon has one of the highest suicide rates in the country, and it did increase a little faster than the rest of the country over that time period. Whether that's statistically significant, I can't say. We are blessed to have one of the lower suicide rates in the country in Maryland, and I just like to keep it that way. And I would hate to send this message out to young people that this is medical care.
Delegate Bartlett, do you want to follow up?
I did. Thank you.
Okay.
My problem is to me, it seems that there is a situation, there is an event that happens, and then there's an assumption. Do you see an assumption, Dr. Murray?
Well, I think you are asking me a speculative question, but I would ask if, if a young person, a teenager, sees their grandmother take this, concoction of pills and poison to end her life because she's suffering, a reasonable question would be asked, well, I'm suffering too. My life is miserable. I don't want to go on. If this is acceptable, if this is society is giving its imprimatur and a doctor has even prescribed it, why is this not acceptable for my suffering?
Actually, that wasn't my question, but Madam Chair, can I just clarify once more and then
Absolutely.
I'll be finished?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I said I will be flexible because I know that a lot of members, this is the first time they hear the bill. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So when you started your testimony, you were saying that there was no evidence of, and you had a litany of situations, and you said that there is no data to show this, and there's nothing to show this, and there's nothing to show this. So my question is, what is there to show? How can you show abuse when you were saying, how can a dead person with insensitivity, I don't mean to be so insensitive, but how can someone who is deceased explain why they did whatever they did? I think that also leads to my question, which is, how do you show that suicide in Oregon is a result of the end of life option bill, or that suicide in Maryland could be a result of that bill, where there is no data to show that, and there's no direct line of causation? That's where I'm getting at. And I just wanted to understand, make sure you didn't have data that I don't have in front of me. And that is, has there been a study to draw that line for us that relates from the suicide in Oregon and the bill or the law?
To speak to your first point, the point I was making about the lack of safeguards is that when all of these protections are put into the bill, the immunity, the protection of the records, it shields the process from any discovery of abuse. So there are a few cases of abuse. There are a few that a previous speaker mentioned, but you're right, there are not a great deal. And I would just speculate, why are all these immunity provisions put into the bill that would prevent anybody from finding abuse? The second point that you're making is it wouldn't be possible to prove a direct association. If something goes up at the same time, you can't prove that the one caused the other, but it is a concerning association. So I agree, you cannot make a proof, and I don't think I said that there was proof.
Thank you. Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Dr. Marine as well. So my big problem with this bill and really our healthcare policy in general is that the cost of containment, the way to contain costs typically seems to be to reel back care. And that pertains to both, like, let's say, long-term treatment. We've seen over the last several years where we pushed people out of bigger facilities where they get a better continuum of care into what's called community care. We've seen, like, for example, if a person retires, they could be on the same, they could be having coverage from the same provider, but they go on to Medicare, and suddenly the plan wants to cut all their prescriptions. You know, for example, buprenorphine, which is an addiction treatment, very serious prescription. A lot of plan providers want to reel that back. And the end result is people, in a lot of cases, experience worse care. And it's been alluded to a couple times in this discussion where, you know, this could be considered a cost containment mechanism. I think you and the previous speaker touched on that previously. Could you kind of flesh that out for me, your concerns there?
Sure. Well, I mean, any doctor can speak to the roadblocks that insurers put in our way every day with the prior process of prior authorization and other roadblocks that make it hard to give patients more expensive care. So that's a form of economic nudging towards lower expensive care. And there's no reason not to believe that this is going to also follow that process. I would just quote Derek Humphrey, who's the founder of the modern euthanasia movement in the Hemlock Society that became the Compassion and Choices organization. And he said in a 2000 book that economics, not the quest for broadened individual liberties or increased autonomy, will drive assisted suicide to the plateau of acceptable practice. So even he was acknowledging that fact that economics is going to drive some of this. And again, I can't prove anything, but I think it is a concern.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me see if I see any other questions from both committees. Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate your testimony. You have a wonderful day. Next, we have another panel, and that is Sean Crowley, Donna Smith, Julie Riley, Rabbi Gordon Fuller, and Gary Norman. So, Sean Crowley, will you please get started? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate it. Can you please turn off the YouTube channel so it doesn't give us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's okay. Julie Riley,
Rabbi Gordon.
Oh, shit.
Oh, so it's okay.
I'm sorry. Did I cut off?
No, you're here. You're
I
here.
apologize. I apologize.
It's okay. It happens. It's, you know what? It's the world on Zoom. So it's all, it's part of the technical difficulty.
I apologize for my language.
It's okay. Look, at least you're dressed, so it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Could you hang on 1 second? I apologize. I'm multitasking. Maybe you could ask somebody to go first. I have to pull.
I will. It's okay. It's all right.
Thank you very much.
It
I appreciate your
happens.
indulgence.
These committees are flexible. Thank you.
Thank you very
Let's
much.
go to Donna Smith. Our pleasure. Go ahead. At least I made you guys laugh for a little bit there. Go ahead. Donna Smith, please. Okay, I don't hear her. So let's go to the next one while she comes on. Julie Riley. Julie, are you on?
Good afternoon. Hi, yes, I'm on. Good afternoon. My name is Julie Riley, and I'm testifying today in support of the End of Option Life Act for two reasons: because I believe in it and because I may need it. In 2021, I was diagnosed with cancer. Treatment was not easy. First, over several months, I was infused with 3 different chemo drugs. One I tolerated well enough for chemo. The other 2 were rougher: worse pain, a heart problem, exhaustion, hair loss, and more. One infusion was unbearable. I was sent to the ER and hospitalized with an infection, an extremely compromised immune system, and horrific pain, even with pain meds. Because of this, my oncologist had to cut down on my chemo to lessen a very risky side effect. After chemo, I had surgery in 2 sites, then 20 rounds of radiation. My prognosis is good, but it's not great. I should say, finally, I made 2 tries at post-treatment meds to prevent my cancer from coming back, attempts that failed due to intolerable and painful side effects. As a result, my prognosis is good. It's not great. I have about a 1 out of 5 chance of my cancer returning. If it does return, I anticipate a terminal situation. In that case, I feel I'm entitled as an independent adult to end my own life and my needless, painful suffering. Perhaps just as important as ending my needless suffering, the bill protects my family from liability, like assisted suicide. That's extremely important to me. If my cancer returns, I want to die with my husband holding my hand and not be terrified that he'd be punished for it. If my cancer returns and I'm 6 months from death, I and my family will have suffered enough. Thus, I respectfully request a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Riley? Let me just make sure I don't miss anyone.
I'm prepared now.
I don't see, yes, 1 second, please. I don't see any. I do want to say to Ms. Riley, I'm sorry that you're going through this, and thank you for taking time out of your life to spend a few minutes with us. So thank you very much. Sean.
Chairwoman Pena-Melnick and other committee members, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Sean Crowley. I've been the Media Relations Director for Compassion Choices Action Network's campaign to pass the Maryland End of Life Option Act since the bill's original introduction 8 years ago in 2015. But today I want to describe the recent agonizing death of my 92-year-old mother, Carol Crowley. Last Christmas, she got the flu. 3 days later, she was hospitalized for 12 days, during which she developed AFib and internal bleeding. Then she spent 5 days in home hospice care 24/7. Oh, shoot, I just closed the page. Hold on, I apologize. After her first night in home hospice care, she begged me, "Sean, please help me die." Tearfully, I told her, "Mom, I'm sorry, but I can't help you die because it's illegal." In the end, she could not drink, eat, swallow medication, or speak. I don't want anyone's loved ones to die with needless suffering. As a former legislative press secretary, I understand why lawmakers worry about inflaming voters if they make a politically risky vote. But this issue is not politically risky. A record high ratio of more than 7 out of 10 Maryland voters, 71%, support medical aid in dying, according to a January poll by Gonzalez Research and Media Services. This record high support spans the geographic, faith, race, and party affiliation spectrums. It includes 82% of self-described pro-choice voters, 75% of Democrats, 70% of African-American voters, 2 out of 3 independents and Republicans, 65% voter support or higher in every area of the state, 58% of Catholic voters, and a plurality of self-described pro-life voters, 49% support versus 44% opposition. In addition, while the Gonzalez poll didn't measure support among voters with disabilities, a new national poll released Tuesday shows 4 out of 5 voters with disabilities support medical aid in dying. Finally, I'm almost done. Finally, a 2021 poll shows Maryland and other northeastern states voters are 5 times more likely than less likely to support a legislative candidate who supports medical aid in dying legislation. Clearly, the time is now to pass this long overdue law in Maryland. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Crowley?
Could I just make one comment about the?
No, you have to wait for the question,
Okay,
please.
sorry.
Thank you. Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, panelists. So, Mr. Crowley, I do have a question. The previous panel, the last member of the previous panel had raised some concerns, and we don't have an opportunity to answer them. So he was concerned about the medication, the number of pills that might be available, and whether that would put an increased risk over a normal household with lots of medications available. He was concerned about someone with depression, and which I don't think is a terminal illness, but how that might put them at risk. He was concerned about patients who require years of care, that it might serve insurers to somehow push them for aid in dying, although I think people with long years of care ahead of them would not even qualify under this legislation. Can you answer those concerns that he had, since no one here was able to address them?
So the medication is no longer a pill form. It's a compound medication. There are very few pharmacies that produce it. You have to actually mix it in a glass, 4 ounces of liquid, either water or juice. You have to take medication about an hour beforehand, an anti-nausea drug, so you don't throw up the medication. So the process is very, very unlikely for someone to take these medications by accident. They're not going to know how to mix them. They're not going to know how much fluids they need. They're likely to throw them up if they even tried that. It's just not pragmatic, right? The other issue is on the depression front. You have 2 doctors who evaluate whether the person is mentally capable of making their own medical decisions. Now, typically the attending physician is a physician who's known the patient for many years, and they're in the best position to judge if depression or any other issue is impacting their judgment, right? There was one other question you asked that, the issue of somebody who has years of treatment ahead of them. The law specifically says you have to have 6 months or less to live, as confirmed by 2 physicians. So, and that's important because most of the people who there's a reason we had the 6-month requirement. That's the same requirement for hospice. And in fact, most of the people who utilize medical aid in dying are already enrolled in hospice at the time of death, right? Hospice is relatively inexpensive. And when you enroll in hospice, you agree to forego expensive so-called curative treatment. Now, these people are not curable, so why would you do that anyway? So, and it's important to note that the medication is expensive. It's several $100s, and by federal law, neither Medicare nor the federal share of Medicaid can pay for the whole process, right? Which includes these doctor evaluations. So the whole thing could cost a couple $1,000s. Some insurance companies cover this cost, some do not. But the point is, there was a New England Journal of Medicine study that concluded there's no substantial savings from choosing medical aid in dying over other end-of-life care options. So that's very important for you all to know that.
Madam Chair, if I can follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. And again, back to the previous panel, since there was no opportunity to answer. The way the bill is written, and the way the surveys are done, is it your understanding that the majority of people who favor this are favoring it because they're asking to have it, or because they think people ought to be given the opportunity to make their own personal decision should they ever face a situation where imminent death is associated with pain and suffering that they may not want to go through? Is it about them having it
Yeah.
for themselves, or wanting it to be for other people to have the option to choose for themselves?
That's a great question, because that's exactly what the poll asked. The poll asked two things, actually three things. One of them was, do you support it for anyone who wants this option? That was a 71% figure. When you ask people if they personally want it, the number is 61%. So 61% of people are saying, if I had a terminal condition, I would want to have this option. And it's important to remember this. When you look at the data across all the authorized jurisdictions, the 10 states and DC, what it shows is that more than a third of the people who get the medication decide not to take it. So if they were truly suicidal, quote unquote, which is, again, a very offensive term that if anybody suggests my mother wanted to die because she said, or was suicidal because she said she wanted to die when she was suffering like she was, I take great offense at that. But the point is, if all these people wanted to end their lives prematurely, they would actually take the medication, right? Not a third of them not taking it. And the other interesting thing, if you want to talk about the issue of wrong prognoses, if you look at the Oregon data, it shows that the average time between when someone gets makes their first request and if and when they take the medication is 30 days. So nobody's taking the medication immediately. Now, remember, that's the first request. Doesn't mean they have the medication in hand. But what's also interesting about that data is it shows that over the 24 years, one person held on the medication for 1,503 days before they took the medication. So even though they outlived their prognosis, right, by several years, they didn't take it till the very end. People only take this at the very bitter end of their suffering. That's the reality that people don't realize. They think about this decision for weeks, if not months ahead of time. And if and when they take the medication, they are literally on their last legs.
Thank you. Any other questions for this witness? Let me just look to make sure I don't miss anyone from both committees. Thank you very much for your testimony today. And don't worry, it happens to all of us, okay? The next person that I have is Donna Smith.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and Chair Clevenger, as well as Vice Chair Bonnie Cullison for having me here today. My name is Donna Smith, and I am the Advocacy Director for the state of Maryland and have led this campaign on behalf of Compassionate Choices for the last 8 years. I had this very great 2-minute speech laid out for you today, but I'm going to get right to the good parts because I feel the need to address some things that have been stated. The protections in this law has withstood 26 years. We have stats, we have polls, we have health reports from 10 different states and Washington, D.C. that we invite you to review. Number one, a terminally ill person can withdraw their request for medication, not take the medication once they have it, or change their mind at any point in time. The attending physician must inform the requesting individual about all of their end-of-life care options, including hospice care, comprehensive pain, and symptom management. Number three, fear and being depressed at the end of life, which sometimes is called grief, does not equate to being mentally incapable of making medical decisions. 5, no healthcare provider is required to participate. Healthcare providers who participate and comply with all aspects of the law are given civil and criminal immunity. However, anyone attempting to coerce a patient, anyone, will face criminal prosecution under this law. We have 24 years across 10 states in Washington, D.C. that suggest these laws have not increased suicide, that there is no coercion, and that the protections have worked. Maryland Governor Wes Moore has endorsed medical aid in dying. The Maryland Attorney General Brown has endorsed this bill. And Comptroller Learman remains in support of the bill. The United Seniors of Maryland, which represent over 2.2 million seniors in the state, have endorsed this bill. A society does not protect its people by limiting their healthcare options. Indeed, they are protected when they know their options and can make their own healthcare decisions regarding their bodily autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call the other two witnesses and then I'll open it for questions just in the interest of time. Rabbi Gordon Fuller.
Good afternoon.
Gordon Fuller. Good
Thank
afternoon.
you for the Thank you for the opportunity to bring testimony today in asking for a favorable action on this bill. And thank you for your service to our state and for coming to this with open minds and open hearts. I bring this testimony on behalf of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Howard County. I do so as a rabbi, as the lay president of the Jewish Federation of Howard County, and as a Jewish care and support consultant for Gilchrist Hospice. The JCRC of Howard County represents approximately 25,000 Jews, including members of 7 congregations and 4 Chabad centers. We are aware that much of the opposition to this bill has come from people of faith, claiming that their religious tradition causes them to oppose end-of-life options. The JCRC is here to state, while that may be true for some traditions, our Jewish tradition leads us to welcome and strongly support adoption of the Elijah Cummings and Shane Pendergrass End-of-Life Options Act. Jewish texts throughout history have long opposed suicide, but they have also demonstrated an understanding and even support for those in desperate situations who need assistance, even with their own death. When some of those documents, the Talmud and Aggadot, were written over 1,000 years ago, the average life expectancy was only 20 to 40 years due to violence, pestilence, and famine. Those sages thought that dying after more than 7 days was considered suffering. They didn't consider modern medicine and healthcare making that suffering spread across months or even years. The Talmud also has multiple cases where it describes both praying for someone to live and praying for them. It also contains multiple supports for those who hasten their death, such as one particular rabbi tortured by the Romans who was able to strike a bargain with his executioner, and the story ends that they were both rewarded by God for their actions. Thank you for the opportunity. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. I'm going to allow one more witness and then we'll open it up for the 3 witnesses that just testified. Mr. Gary Norman.
Mute audio settings button menu. Mute comma. Currently unmuted.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members all. Hopefully you can hear me. I will
Yes,
be
we
brief.
can.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that you have heard a lot today, so I'll be brief. As a lawyer and a columnist, that's one identity, but I also have the identity of being a blind person as well as a past civil rights chair here in Maryland. And I urge a favorable report for this bill, both from an equity public policy leader point of view, but also as a blind person. Real quickly, one thing that the disability rights community says is nothing about us without us. And I think that's an incredibly important concept, but I think it can also be a straitjacket, and not all disabled people should have to agree together. I support this bill from a libertarian point of view, where I tend to feel on public policy matters that we need to help ensure, fortify choice amongst all people, especially those who have been historically marginalized, no less those people with disabilities. I think this bill will help people with disabilities have more choice in terms of equity at the end of their lives as one of many different options. And then the next point, I think this bill does have safeguards. I certainly wouldn't support it if I didn't feel there were good public policy safeguards that both meet choice, but also meet safety. I think you've heard those safeguards. And because of those safeguards, and also because it promotes equity and choice, I hope that you'll consider favorably reporting this bill out of the committee. I yield my time.
And thank you for making time today to be with us.
Thank
Now
you.
I'm going to open it up, our pleasure, to both committees. Though this is the way I see it, I see Delegate Chisholm, followed by Kaiser and Bagnell. Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Delegate Kaiser was before me, but she can jump in front of me at some other point.
Okay.
But
You
so
can go ahead the way I saw it, and I know Delegate Kaiser will be okay. Go ahead.
I really appreciate that. So there was a statement that, you know, there hasn't been any problems, but it doesn't take long to look. And what I found under the Disability Rights Education Defense Fund out of Oregon, there's a statement that says, we are not given the resources to investigate assisted suicide cases. And not only do we not have the resources to do it, but we do not have any legal authority to insert it ourselves. And that's from the head of the Oregon Department of Human Services, which brings me to my question. If we were to pass this law, who is the legal authority to investigate abuses? Is it a separate legal authority that would be able to investigate this type of, I guess, if there's any concerns?
Yes, Mr. Crawley. Mr. Crawley, you're muted. You're muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. Can you hear me?
Now we,
I'm sorry, Chairman. So law enforcement authorities can investigate crimes of any kind, including crimes involving medical aid and dying. And also, you know, there are medical groups that could also discipline physicians, but we know of no actions taken over the last quarter century in all the authorized jurisdictions. It's easy to make these allegations that there's something going on that nobody knows about. You could do that about almost anything. I mean, let's see some proof. I mean, let's not just keep saying we know something's going on, but we can't prove it. That's kind of an absurd argument. And I hope the lawmakers understand that it's the ultimate argument that nobody can rebut, because guess what? You can't rebut this on any issue, on any front.
And I understand that, and I have compassion for people that have pain. My job, as I see it as a lawmaker, is to protect the innocent. I understand if somebody wants to make this choice, that's their choice. I don't make this argument on religious beliefs, although I am deeply religious. I want to make sure that we are protecting the most vulnerable people amongst us.
Well, all I can tell you is, despite, first of all, the AMA said that their physicians can disagree on this issue, that ethical physicians can actually support this. There are a number of medical groups, national medical groups, that are neutral in this position, meaning that they are willing to train physicians if and when the bill becomes law, including the Maryland Medical Society, I might add. And all I can tell you is this is by far the most regulated end-of-life care option there is. For example, we just talked about palliative sedation. It's not regulated. It's strictly up to the medical profession to operate in an ethical medical standard. Are we going to now ban palliative sedation? Is that what we're going to do?
Who regulates it? In particular, is it the MedCai? Who regulates it?
Yeah, state and national medical associations oversee this stuff.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
my pleasure. Just to be balanced, Delegate Kaiser, and I'll give you a donut for this. I'm going to call on Delegate Williams, okay?
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank everyone on the panel for being here today. I had a question for Ms. Smith. I wanted to know kind of what protections are in the law that help protect especially vulnerable people to make sure that they're not being like unduly influenced in trying to make this decision. If you could speak about that, that would be great.
Yes, thank you for the question, Delegate Williams. One of the protections inherent in the bill in Maryland is that the person that is requesting medical aid in dying has to meet with the attending physician at least one time alone so that he can go over and make sure that this person is not being unduly influenced. Like I said, secondly, the person who is requesting the medication at any point in time can decide that they don't want to go through with it. They can request the medication and not get it. They can get the medication and not use it. It is totally voluntary from the patient perspective, from the physician perspective, from the pharmacist perspective. It is totally voluntary. And I just want to allude to the fact that one of the folks on the opposition panel really underscored that when he said there was a woman who got it in another state and she lived for another 3 years, which means she got it and opted not to take it. So thank you for that question.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Kaiser, thank you for your patience.
No problem, Madam Chair. And there's a Dunkin' Donuts in your district that my daughter loves, so we'll meet you there this weekend.
You got it.
All right. My question is for Rabbi Fuller. Shabbat Shalom. My question, you mentioned that the Jewish Community Relation Council of Howard County is in favor of this, but I presume that part of that support is due to the belief that people should have their own religious freedom. And there are others who oppose the bill, oppose it because of religion and want to oppose it for everyone. But what I think I heard you saying, and I just want to clarify, you support it as a choice for people because no one's religion should be imposed on anybody else.
Thank you for the question. I did not address that specifically, but I agree with you 100%. Our position would be that every person should be able to decide for him or herself, their self, according to their own religious beliefs, according to their own conscience, whether or not they would want to go through what this bill is supporting. And I was also, of course, bringing what I believe to be the Jewish perspective, that the Jewish religion would support this bill as well.
Delegate Bagnall, followed by Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this question is for Ms. Smith or Mr. Crowley, whichever of you feels most appropriate to answer. Is there anything in this bill that limits access to palliative care or treatment or management of illness options?
I'll answer that if I may. Thank you so much for the question. No, there's nothing in that bill that limits any other options at the end of life. As a matter of fact, that bill makes sure people are educated about other options at the end of life. And quite frankly, most people that use this option are already on hospice. So they're already continuously being mentally evaluated to make sure they're still capable of making this decision and getting other supports. Thank you for the question.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you very much. Rabbi Fiedler, and again, thank you to all the panelists. Rabbi Fiedler, if you're comfortable answering this question, I'm sure you haven't, because it's not legal, you haven't participated in any kind of aid in dying, but that you've probably spent a lot of time counseling people towards the end of their life, and some of whom might have chosen this option or asked about this option and some not. So the question is it your experience that the people who we might project would be looking at this are not people who want to die, but they're people who have actively fought not to die and perhaps are recognizing that those efforts are futile? So it's not that they're trying to die, but they're trying to have the freedom to choose not to suffer, or these people who want to die?
An excellent question. In my experience as both a pastoral rabbi and as a rabbi for Gilchrist Hospice, I would agree with your earlier assessment that people who are looking for this option have tried other options, have exhausted whatever possibilities they feel are available to them, and would only do so to get out of pain. I remember, and I can't cite the study, so I apologize for that, but years ago, as a basis for a sermon, I cited a study that talked about most people are not afraid of dying, they're afraid of pain at the end of life. And so those who are experiencing, not just afraid of it, certainly ought to be considered some of the most vulnerable in our society as well.
May I follow up?
Just very fast.
Well, I can, okay.
Go
Just
ahead.
really quickly, in differentiating people who are suicidal because of depression versus people who are looking for an option to control how they exit. Is it a difference between, say, depression, which gives you has you perceive the world in a very unrealistic, distorted fashion, versus people who have a very clear, realistic understanding of exactly where they stand and what their situation is? Would you be able to speak to that at all?
I don't have a lot of direct experience with that. I do know that in Gilchrist, we work with teams. Those teams include social workers, as well as chaplains, as well as all the medical people, and that the medical people would include psychiatrists. And I know that anytime I visit a patient, when I have to enter it into the record, I have to answer questions, including about depression. And the only honest answer I can give is that I am unable to make that decision about whether or not they are depressed. But I am very comforted as a rabbi that they ask the question, so that I know that there are competent people on the team who can deal with that.
Thank you. And I want to thank this panel for your patience. I don't see any other questions from either committee. So thank you for being with us. I'm going to call another panel now. It's first Shirley Reddock, followed by Robert Nelson, Cindy Christensen, Laura Bugley, and Emily Tennant. Staff, will you make sure that they're in the room, please? Good afternoon. How are you? Shirley Reddock, how are you? Are you here?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Will you be, oh, my pleasure. Will you be so kind and give us your testimony?
Are you're prepared now? Yes.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
Multiple screens here as
It's
you've
okay.
already
It
experienced.
happens. It happens.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Shirley Reddock from Columbia, Maryland. I am testifying unfavorable of HB 933. I am a medical doctor and a clinical educator. I'm a pediatrician. I'm actually a pediatric blood and cancer doctor, hematologist, oncologist of some 40 years. This bill is contrary to medicine and works against the health and safety promoting efforts of the Maryland Assembly. How does this bill translate in practice? You have my written testimony, but I reference a couple situations here. Consider your adolescent daughter has anorexia nervosa that's stabilized on treatment. She's 18 now and enters college close to home. Academically, she is doing well, but struggles more with body image and regresses. Fearing the future and of further troubling her family, she uses end-of-life option without telling them. Consider your 15-year-old, a standout athlete with dreams of a professional sports career, has recently been in a car accident. Paraplegic and with chronic lung issues, they are deeply depressed. They have no siblings at home and fading peer support. They've already lost a classmate to suicide. They ask you why they just can't get the medication to end their life like their grandfather did. Grandfather was a distinguished attorney of 45 years, but then developed Parkinson's. He retired, but had difficulty with his then self-perceived meaningless life. He chose physician-assisted suicide. I could go on. But speaking more directly to suicide, I lost a brother to suicide over 20 years ago. No one saw it coming. From all appearances, he was much loved in his family, successful and a beloved mentor at work. A shocked coworker said that my brother had pulled him back from the brink of suicide. The only clue found to suggest my brother's mental state was a single prescription of an anti-anxiety drug. In closing, we know drivers of suicide are expanding access to more efficient means of self-destruction, guns, and drugs. The media and feeling isolated and less than. No amount of legislation or funding to boost mental health services or promote gun safety can stay ahead of what End of Life Option Act opens the door to. Our young and future generations will bear the weight and pay the price. Please vote unfavorable of this bill.
And if you can hold on, don't leave. We're going to call the others and then open it for questions, okay? And thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next, Mr. Robert Nelson.
Good afternoon. My name is
Good
Robert
afternoon.
Nelson, trustee, Maryland Family Institute. I believe that every life is precious and is a gift from God. The Bible tells us that human beings are unique among God's creatures in being made in the image of God. The prohibition against killing legally innocent people is formalized in the sixth commandment. You shall not murder. There's no provision for compassionate killing, even at the person's request, and there's no recognition of a right to die, as all human life belongs to God. Suicide and assisted suicide is therefore equally wrong. Dr. Paul McHugh, former psychiatrist in chief at Johns Hopkins Hospital, said scientific publications from oncologists who study patients with painful cancers reveal that most cancer patients want help with the pain so they can continue to live. Suicide is mentioned only by those patients with serious but treatable depressive illness, or by those who are overwhelmed by confusion about matters such as their burden on loved ones and therapeutic options. These patients are relieved when their doctors attend to the source of their psychological distress and correct them. My own personal experience is that estimates of length of life with a terminal disease are inexact. My mother was given 2 to 6 months to live, and she died at home 3 years later, lovingly being cared for by my dad. My wife of 42 years was diagnosed with an aggressive cancer, and I was present when she died very peacefully with palliative care in the hospital. All life is precious from the moment of conception until the last breath of natural death. I believe and have seen hundreds of times that the Lord does miraculously heal. Heard of reports of people even being raised from the dead. Let's not get in the way of divine intervention and healing. Please vote in opposition to HB 933. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. The next person is Sandy Christensen. Again, stay until questions.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Sandy
Good
Christensen.
afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm a board certified physician licensed in Maryland. Work for CareNet, and also I'm the director of the Maryland chapter of the Academy of Medical Ethics. I oppose HB 933 because I believe it bankrupts the doctor-patient relationship and promotes a culture of death with a devastating ripple effect. Our duty as physicians is to eradicate the pain and not the patient. There's a fundamental conflict of interest there, and I'm afraid if it's legalized, patients won't know if doctors their ultimate motive is to heal them or to end their life. I believe it makes doctors the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And I believe it violates the sacred covenant between a doctor and their patient to first do no harm. Physicians are healers, not killers. The patient's trust in their physicians will inevitably be eroded. And it gives doctors really too much power. Further, it violates the physician's right to practice in congruence with their moral framework. Physicians are not, vending machines that dispense a requested product. We have a relationship with our patients, and we seek to do what is in their best interest. Also, it biases enter into these life and death decisions. Studies show that physicians actually perceive disabled persons to have a lower quality of life compared to how the disabled actually view themselves. And I feel like it creates a duty to die atmosphere among the elderly and infirm, that they're living and they're hearing, oh, my friend did this, and I'm becoming a burden to my family. I feel like it promotes a demeaning attitude about human frailty and incapacity, but that somehow strips us of our dignity, which isn't true. And then finally, with a story, my own mother had dementia and spent her last days. 4 days from now will be the anniversary of her homegoing. She was in the Klein Hospice House. She received excellent care and pain management without hastening her death. She died peacefully and naturally, which was a tremendous comfort to our family. And I don't believe it's in the state's best interest it is the antithesis of the purpose and practice of medicine and should never be a part of healthcare. And I do ask for an unfavorable vote on HB 933. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry about your mom's death. Okay. Next, we have Ms. Laura Bugley.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Laura Bogley, Executive Director of Maryland Right to Life, and we oppose this bill, which would give doctors in Maryland a license to kill patients. Assisted suicide is not about personal choice. According to Derek Humphrey, founder of the Hemlock Society, the precursor to compassionate choices, quote, economics, not the quest for broadened liberties or increased autonomy, will drive assisted suicide to the plateau of acceptable practice, end quote. Assisted suicide laws shield doctors and profit-driven insurance corporations at the expense of poor and vulnerable patients, many of whom are underinsured. A stark example of this disparity is found in Oregon's 2021 report that shows that 78.9% of people who died from ingesting lethal drugs were on Medicaid, Medicare, or other government insurance plans, compared to only 20.6% who are on private insurance. How can we call this a success? The bill will reduce the standard of medical care and limit choices for all of us. During the pandemic, we received calls for assistance from family members when their loved ones were denied life support against their wishes. But instead of increasing protections for patients, this assembly enacted laws to implement a reduced crisis standard of care to shield doctors and hospitals from liability for the death of their patients. Assisted suicide is not acceptable practice. All 50 states prohibit euthanasia as homicide. 41 states, including neighboring states Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Delaware, consider assisted suicide illegal. In Maryland, assisted suicide is a felony under the criminal law article. Finally, there is direct precedent from the Supreme Court of the United States that there is no constitutional right to die and no right to assist in suicide, and therefore states have the right to prohibit it. Don't believe the death with dignity fairy tale. Assisted suicide is a nightmare from which the state may never wake. We urge you to put patients before profit. Keep assisted suicide in the criminal code where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it. We have one more witness for this panel, Emily Tennant. Good afternoon. Ms. Tennant? Is she in the wait room? She is. Ms. Tennant, will you be so kind and unmute yourself, please? Emily Tennant, will you be so kind and unmute yourself?
I believe she left.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for questions now for these witnesses. Let's see if I see any questions from both committee, the Judiciary and the HGO Committee. Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us today. We really appreciate you, and we really appreciate your testimony. Have a great day. Next, we have Douglas Henricks, Peg Sandine, Victor Turoni, Dr. Jeffrey Gardieri, and Lynn Cave. Douglas Henricks, will you please get us started for this panel? How about Peg Sandine? Will you get us started, please? All right, let's go on to Victor Turoni.
I'm here.
Turoni, Dr. Jeffrey Gardieri, and Lynn Cave. All right, can you please, let's start again. Douglas Henricks, are you here? I just saw him.
Okay, am I, you hear me?
How about yes.
Okay.
Peg Sandine? Will you
Okay.
get us started, please? Can you mute yourself, Miss? Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right, let's go on to Victor Turoni.
I'm here.
Okay.
Dr. Jeffrey Gardieri, and Lynn Cave. All right, can you please, let's start again. Douglas Henricks.
Yes.
Are you here?
Yes, I am.
I just saw him.
Okay, Yes. am I, you hear me?
How about? Yes, we can hear you, but will you be so kind, sir? Can you please turn off the YouTube channel? Because it has,
Okay.
you can hear it. And for the witnesses that are waiting, when we call on you, will you be so kind and turn
Yes.
off the YouTube?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay,
We can hear you, but would you be so kind, sir? Can you please turn off the YouTube channel? Because it has. Michelle, can you keep him muted for a minute? Miss Sandine, will you please get started?
You bet.
Thank you. And hold on one second. For staff, send him a message explaining that he must turn off the YouTube channel so we don't get the feedback. And that goes for all the witnesses that are present. Thank you for your patience. This falls under the technical difficulties that I announced earlier. Go ahead.
Chair and members of the committee, my name is Peg Sandine, and I am here today in support of HB 933. I'm the CEO of Death with Dignity, and I have a PhD in social work and social research. And for over 25 years, I have worked bedside with terminally ill patients, many seeking the option of a dignified and peaceful death. I am also a proud Oregonian. One of the things I hear most often from those facing the end of their lives is, why don't I have control over my end of life decisions? Or why don't I have the right to end my suffering if it becomes intolerable? In Oregon here, and in the 9 other jurisdictions where Death with Dignity is codified, the procedures we put in place have worked exactly as intended to give dying patients an option to end their suffering and maintain bodily autonomy. The legislation you are considering this afternoon establishes clear safeguards that ensure the patient is acting voluntarily while keeping in place the 4 key cornerstones of medical aid in dying. The patient is diagnosed by 2 physicians to be within 6 months of death, the same standard used for hospice care, and only patients with a terminal disease can qualify. The patient must initiate the process with an oral request, followed by a written request and a waiting period, and may stop the process at any time. The patient must be deemed capable of making their healthcare decisions, and the patient must administer the medication. No other person may do it for them. Coercion, fraud, euthanasia, lethal injection, mercy killings are all specifically outlawed in this legislation, as is true in every state where Death with Dignity is legal. For nearly 3 decades, we have heard the same arguments that you have heard this afternoon from opponents. Statements that this law will target individuals who are poor, that doesn't happen, who are living with disabilities, those over 65, that does not happen, and statements suggesting that those without access to medical care will be forced to end their lives to save money in the healthcare system. 85 years of collective data from states with these laws proves these arguments are based entirely on myths and fears. At Death with Dignity, we raise up the voices of patients like Eleanor Noble, a proud Marylander who wanted nothing more than to access Death with Dignity as her terminal illness became unbearable. Ms. Noble wanted desperately to maintain bodily autonomy at the end of her life, but Maryland did not pass this end of life option in time for her. It's now time for Maryland to recognize the right of its citizens facing terminal disease to choose how and when they die, to provide for them the autonomy they are granted in virtually every other aspect of their lives, but is simply taken from them at the end. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If you can just hold on, don't leave. We're going to take the testimony and then open it up for questions, okay? Let's try Mr. Henricks again. You just have to unmute yourself.
How and when they die, to provide for them the autonomy they are granted in virtually every other aspect of their lives, but is simply taken from them at the end.
So, sir, we're not going to be able to take your testimony because you have feedback. You must turn off the YouTube link that allows you to watch the hearing while you wait for your testimony. Will you be so kind and do that? I'm going to call on someone else while you do that.
How do I do that?
It's right. Let's see. I don't hear it now. So sir, you're not going to be able to. No, I do hear it. So it's on your computer. If you can turn off the YouTube channel, get off of that. Just basically use the link that was sent to you. Get off the YouTube channel. Okay, I'm going to call on someone else while you figure it out. And I'm so sorry. Mr. Victor Turini, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly. I apologize if I have not.
Thank you very much. My name is Victor Taroni. I have an incurable and fatal blood cancer called myeloma, and I strongly support the passage of the End of Life Option Act. At some point, my treatment options will likely run out because this is not curable. At a point when I might just have a few days to live, I would like to have as many options as possible. Myeloma used to have a life expectancy of 3 years. I've now lived over 10 years, and I want to live as long as possible. I am not suicidal, and I want to live. But at some point, I recognize that I'll get to a point where treatment options will run out. At that point, I would certainly would want to ask for this prescription. Whether I use it or not I really can't predict. But I certainly would wait until my doctor advises me, first of all, that further therapy for the cancer is futile, and secondly, that I'm likely to die very soon. As someone else said, it's when you're about to die that you might use this option. And whether I use it depends on the level of pain. I've experienced some severe pain, or it might just be because I don't want to be under palliative sedation, be comatose. I would rather be able to say goodbye to my family, I think. But as to whether I end up doing that, I can't predict at the moment, but I would like to have the option of doing it in case other things don't work out. So I think the patient's bodily autonomy, not whether a particular doctor wants to participate or not. If they don't, that's fine. My doctor, I think, is supportive. Thank you.
And thank you for being with us today and for sharing your story. And I'm sorry about your diagnosis. We're going to try Mr. Douglas Henricks. Our staff actually spoke with him. I think he figured it out. Are you here?
I do. Thank you for your patience with my technological primitiveness.
It happens. It's okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I am Dr. Douglas Heinrichs, a psychiatrist practicing in Maryland for over 40 years. I'm a member of the Maryland Psychiatric Society Legislative Committee, but I'm here speaking as a private individual, not representing the society. I strongly support this bill and wish to address several points. A recent poll of the MPS membership showed that 57 support medical aid in dying, which is keeping with psychiatrists nationally and physicians in general. The official position of society is out of step with its membership. Their primary objection has been that there should be mandatory psychiatric evaluations of everyone seeking medical aid in dying. This is unreasonable and disingenuous. No other consent for a medical procedure requires this in order to assess capacity. Their premise is that it is needed here because of the especially severe consequences of an erroneous outcome. That is simply false. Remember, people seeking this are not choosing to die. Their disease has decided that for them. They just want some control over how and in what circumstances their death occurs. Many other medical decisions can have potentially more profound consequences for the long-term outcome of a patient. Furthermore, concerns about depression often tend to confuse depression as a mental illness with the human experience of existential sadness in the face of death. In addition, existing data does not support this need. University of California, San Francisco chose to require a psychiatric evaluation for everyone in their system requesting made. A 5-year review after about 100 cases recommended that policy be dropped because, quote, 0 patients in our sample were found to lack capacity due to having a current psychiatric condition that impaired decision-making. Data from Washington and Oregon also argue against such a mandate. Requiring a psychiatric assessment when the mental health resources in this state are so severely stretched is counterproductive, and the inevitable delay in cost would be an unreasonable burden for those seeking medical aid in dying. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for being right on time. I am now calling Dr. Jeffrey Gardier. followed
Thank you,
by Lynn Cave. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, members. I'm a board certified clinical psychologist. My name is Dr. Jeff Gardier. I'm also an ordained minister, a professor of New York Medical School, a New York medical school, where I teach students about the sanctity and the quality of their patients' lives and mental health. And I support this bill. Though I understand the concerns of the opposition to medical aid in dying, scientifically and factually, it is incorrect to equate terminally ill adults who want the end-of-life care option of medical aid in dying with people who unfortunately take their life prematurely. The American Psychological Association, as well as the American Association of Suicidology, also argue medically and legally medical aid in dying and suicide are conceptually different phenomena. To address what Madam Hill had asked, in suicide, a life that could have continued indefinitely is cut short. In medical aid in dying, death is foreseeable and in some cases imminent. Most people who take lives prematurely have the choice to live, but under the influence of psychological illness choose not to. Terminal patients who may use medical aid in dying do not have the option to live. The illness has taken that decision away from them. The question then becomes how they die, not if they will die. Medical aid in dying is not the right end-of-life care option for everyone who would qualify. However, it should be an option, a legal right available to independent, well-informed Marylanders facing this terminal phase of life. I have my faith, my beliefs, and integrity that are firmly aligned with medical aid in dying. There are too many terminally ill dying Marylanders who are unnecessarily suffering at the end of life, who have to testify year after year about their pain and continue to go through their pain, and therefore we owe it to all of them to provide an end-of-life care option that offers peace and comfort. The time is now.
Thank you. I'm going to call the next witness and then I'll open it up for questions, sir. So just hang in there.
Yes, yes.
Lane Cavey.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When I first heard of medical aid in dying, when I was a healthy 20-something, I thought, why should people who are facing imminent death have to suffer for any prolonged time? Medical aid in dying made perfect sense to me. Now I'm a 60-something in poor health, and having the option of medical aid in dying could play a pivotal role as I face my own death. Here's my story. I worked at the National Institutes of Health for 38 years, mainly in public affairs where I wrote press releases and pamphlets and ran public education campaigns. I also spent a few years in the part of the National Cancer Institute that ran cancer clinical trials. Ironically, I am now in a cancer clinical trial to try to stabilize my stage 4 metastatic eye cancer. My cancer has spread to my liver. It will never be cured, and I probably have less than 2 years to live. Once my cancer has destroyed my liver, most likely I will have about 2 weeks before my whole body shuts down and I pass away. Would you want to wait 2 long weeks knowing you're going to die? I don't want to perpetuate my own suffering for weeks, nor do I want my family to endure the agony caused by a prolonged period of watching me die. Believe me, I'm doing everything I can to live. I travel to and from Philadelphia for my treatment because that's where a world-renowned team works to try and tame this cancer. And if the clinical trial I'm on stops working, I know of at least 2 others I can try. But once I've been through everything my doctors know how to try, I don't want to extend my life if it gets to the point that I will suffer and die no matter what. So I plead with you to follow the will of the governor and the people of Maryland to make this bill a reality for Marylanders now, so that they, so that you, so that I don't have to suffer needlessly when a prolonged death is what we face. Thank you.
And thank you for being with us today and for sharing your story. And I'm really sorry about your diagnosis, okay? I pray that you heal. I'm going to open it up now for questions for these 5 witnesses. And I'm going to start with Delegate Williams.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
My
And,
pleasure.
yes, and thank you so much for the panel for being here today and sharing your stories and your experiences. My question is for Dr. Hendricks. Wanted to know whether or not there have been any surveys that you all have conducted on this issue, and if you can speak.
Yes, happy to answer that. Yeah, I was involved in the survey that the Maryland Psychiatric Society did in 2022, a year ago, that showed that 57% of the membership supported medical aid in dying for terminally ill patients. That's a fairly recent survey, and it's compatible with surveys we've seen nationwide of psychiatrists and nationwide of physicians in general.
Thank you.
Delegate Gazzoni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is also for Dr. Hendricks. I certainly heard you clearly about you not feeling it's necessary to have all patients be referred to a psychiatrist or psychologist. I'm just curious about when you think that may be the case, and is like they do have to go through 2 doctors. Would it be that both doctors recommended this or one or the other? If you could just sort of expand on that about when it may actually be required.
Yeah, I think that, general physicians have, as we all do, training in multiple specialties to some degree. And physicians are generally quite good at picking up significant signs of psychiatric illness or depression. They may not know how to assess it in detail or treat it, but as a place to screen it, they're quite good. And in that case, I think either of the physicians involved in this assessment, as I understand it in the legislation, if they feel there's a concern about a psychiatric illness impairing the patient, that they will then make the referral. I would want to also point out that just having a psychiatric illness, be it depression, anxiety, whatever, does not render one lacking in capacity to make medical decisions. The vast majority of people who would qualify for for a psychiatric diagnosis are perfectly capable of making medical decisions about their own care, including this. It's only in severe cases where there is clear distortion of reality testing and assessment would that be an issue. So I think that's important. I think it's also important to realize that one has to make a clear distinction between depression as a mental disorder and what is a totally normal human existential sadness confronting one's own death. And I think what you will find, and there is some overlap in the way those things can look in a person, but it would be rather strange for a person not to have some existential sadness confronted with a terminal illness, right? So I think we have to be very careful. And I think we have to be careful not to assume that because a person is requesting this medical aid in dying, therefore they have a mental illness. I think psychiatrists often bring a certain bias to this kind of thing. When we see somebody who wants to choose to end their life, almost always that's in contact with a mental illness. That's what psychiatrists treat. So it's easy to have the knee jerk of, if you want to die, you probably have a mental illness. My job is to make sure you don't do that and then treat you. This is a very different situation, which frankly, most psychiatrists have very limited experience with somebody who wants to live, is dying in spite of that fact, and wants some control over how that process goes. And that's a very, very different situation. That's why the whole argument of the contagiousness of this actually makes no sense. I would refer the delegates to my written testimony where I include a graph looking at the pattern of suicide in states that have adopted medical aid in dying legislation. And what you will see, and the national trend, and what you will see is the patterns are absolutely parallel and do not change when medical aid in dying was introduced in those states. Oregon, which has been brought up, has a higher suicide rate than most states. Oregon had a higher suicide rate than most states 15 years before medical aid in dying legislation was introduced there. So one can speculate on what's going on sociologically, but the introduction of medical aid in dying did not change the pattern of suicides in Oregon or in any other state. They parallel the national trend. They've gone up, they've gone down. There's absolutely no evidence to suggest that medical aid in dying triggers suicide, because it's not experienced by people as suicide. It's not experienced as people choosing to end a life they otherwise could have.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We are now, and I want to thank, are there any other questions? 1 second, let me look at both committees. To be fair, I don't see any more. Thank you to this panel. We're now going to call an unfavorable panel. And for both committees, if you could bear with me, because there was a woman that I call Emily Tennant, and she wasn't there. She was having problems with her internet, and I'm going to allow her to be part of this panel. So it will be a panel of 6. So we're going to start with her. Ms. Tennant, are you with us now? Emily Tennant. All right, I'll come back to her. Angela Guarda.
Good morning. Thank you for, can I proceed? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you
Thank
clearly.
you.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for allowing
That's
me to
good.
testify. So my name is
Absolutely.
Angela Guarda. I am a professor of psychiatry and director of the Johns Hopkins Eating Disorders Program. I treat severe anorexia nervosa, and I oppose this bill. We cannot predict who will recover or who will die of anorexia. However, nearly every case improves with expert care, and this is a treatable, not a terminal illness. Yet in Colorado, despite reported safeguards against misuse, physician-assisted suicide for anorexia is taking place under ill-defined proposed criteria for, quote, terminal anorexia. Most doctors, psychiatrists included, can diagnose anorexia but have no training to treat it. Faced with a patient in organ failure weighing 50 pounds who refuses treatment, they may well judge the patient terminal because they don't know how to get her the treatment she needs. Patients with anorexia appear rational, yet lack capacity to accept the care they need, food. How then can they have capacity to consent to taking lethal medication? Their choice is impaired. The Colorado physician participating in assisted suicide for anorexia retains an active license in Colorado as well as Maryland, where she can practice by telemedicine. Her charge for an initial consultant to join her practice is $7,000. An ex-patient of this doctor's contacted me. She was prescribed assisted suicide medication in hospice, but did not take it. She is since in recovery and wrote, quote, "It didn't feel like my choice. I felt coerced." Treatment for anorexia is expensive. Recovery can take years. The starved patient could easily view, quote, aid in dying as the best way out of an intolerable situation, or believe her family would be better off without her emotionally and financially. Fostering hope is crucial to my role as a physician. How do I hold this view while considering assisted dying an option? When I don't know who, if any, of my patients is incurable, we are all subject to unconscious bias, including physicians. This bill appears reasonable in principle or for some, but there's too much room for error, and it risks endangering the most vulnerable and the 1 in 5 Americans with a psychiatric and treatable illness. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you will be so kind for all the witnesses to just wait, and then we're going to open it up for question. I'm going to try Ms. Emily Tennant again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry about my Wi-Fi problem.
It's okay.
Thank you. I'm just really concerned about this bill. I'm worried what it could do to people who are depressed in our community. I, several years ago, lost a friend. She killed herself. And then not long afterward, my cousin killed himself. Their death is it's left a hole in my heart, which I will never get over. I will always wonder if I could have done something to save them. And if we legalize assisted suicide in Maryland, we're going to be saying to everyone, not just the terminally ill, that, there's no point in hoping for a better tomorrow, no point in being strong, just give up. life's not worth living. Studies show that in states where assisted suicide has been legalized, the suicide rate goes up 6.3%. I'm also concerned about the drugs that are used in assisted suicide because not all of them are taken. People get the prescription and then they don't take them. Like, I've been very depressed and I realize it's very dangerous to have these drugs laying around. I have a friend, she's depressed, she has suicidal tendencies. She's self-harmed herself, and I know this because I've seen the scars. And I worry about her because, like, if this is legalized in Maryland, like, a relative of hers could request these drugs and then not take them. Is my friend gonna find them in a medicine cabinet? Maryland needs to protect its citizens, not jeopardize them. I will never know if I could have saved my friend and my cousin, but I do know that I can speak up now. So please say no to assisted suicide and protect those that are vulnerable in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing your story. And I'm sorry about your losses, okay?
Thank you.
And if you could just hold on while we listen to the rest of the testimony, and we'll open it up for questions. We have Mr. Matt Pabola. Let's go on to Laura Jones.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Laura Jones. I live here in Maryland, and I ask for an unfavorable report on this bill, HB 933. My husband and I have testified almost every time this has come up since 2016. We had testified about this from a different perspective than I want to share for you today, but I also want to say we made a documentary, and some of the people that wanted to testify today were not chosen, and they are featured on our documentary. And you can see that link in my testimony that was submitted. You will also see a link to the Oregon report, which will answer a lot of the questions that were asked by Delegate Woods about fear and why people choose this. That's on page 13 in that report. Today, I want to share a little bit about my father-in-law. He was a two-time cancer survivor. He had pancreatic cancer twice. And I wish I had more time to share with you about a lot of the details, but the first doctor gave him a wrong diagnosis. The second doctor saved his life, gave him a Whipple procedure, and he lived 10 more years cancer-free. The third doctor set him up to die early. He went to the emergency room with shortness of breath. The doctor said, "You should get a pacemaker. It would really help you." It did not help him. He ended up in intensive care for 2 days, and the doctor never came to check on him. I saw that doctor in the cafeteria, and I said, "Why didn't you come back? We have so many questions." He said he was a sick man. He was going to die anyway. I asked him, "Why did you put a pacemaker in him?" And he just walked away. This doctor did not care about my father-in-law. My father-in-law fought hard to live. He wanted to live. That's why he got the pacemaker. But that was not the intention of this doctor. And if you pass this law, you allow doctors to work under the ethical standards. We will not know which doctors are suggesting we take treatments that are not good for us. If you legalize this would be a bad idea. I urge you all to oppose HB 933. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story. We really appreciate it. Next, we have Russell Margolis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committees. My name is Dr. Russell Margolis, professor of psychiatry and neurology at Johns Hopkins and a practicing psychiatrist in Maryland for 33 years. I strongly oppose House Bill 933. I will highlight 3 reasons why this bill should be rejected with details in my written testimony. The views expressed are my own and not necessarily those of Johns Hopkins. First, many terminally ill individuals have treatable but unrecognized psychiatric conditions causing the distress that leads them to seek assisted suicide. Based on the experience of other jurisdictions, the provisions in this act for optional mental health evaluations is insufficient to mitigate this risk. Testimony to the contrary that you've heard is incorrect and naive. Second, the fears leading the terminally ill to seek assisted suicide are largely based on societal misperception and misinformation. These fears can be alleviated by high-quality palliative care, psychological support, and pain management. The role of physicians should be to instill hope and meaning and to optimize palliative care, not to give up on those most in need. Third, assisted suicide dangerously alters societal values as it gains momentum. In jurisdictions with assisted suicide laws, the number of lethal prescriptions dramatically increases over time, while eligibility for assisted suicide broadens to include non-terminal illness and psychiatric conditions. As assisted suicide becomes a societal norm, the solution for the challenges and injustices facing the most ill or troubled shifts away from addressing the challenges and towards eliminating the people who face the challenges. Those who claim there is no slippery slope are simply incorrect. Assisted suicide is an obsolete and regressive policy, a remnant of the last century. Maryland should be seeking progressive 21st century solutions that provide hope, care, and quality of life, not discrimination, marginalization, and death.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate it. We're going to go back to Mr. Matt Pavol. I hear that he's back on the Zoom.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for that inadvertent slip on my part. I am happy to testify. I'm a
It's
trial.
okay.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I am a trial lawyer of over 40 years. I'm a member of the Maryland Association of Justice. In fact, I'm on their legislative subcommittee. However, let me make clear, I am not testifying today in that capacity. I'm testifying as an individual attorney, and how troubled I am specifically with one area of the statute that I think should lead to an unfavorable decision on the entire statute. And that's on page 17. Doctors are given immunity. They're immunized from neglect. And that is a very troubling concern for me as a trial lawyer. Doctors, as all professionals, lawyers, architects, licensed professionals, architects, lawyers, CPAs, doctors included, we're all very aware that we're accountable for our mistakes, and that holds us very aware and very careful not to make mistakes because there are consequences. This statute relieves doctors of consequences, and I think it's just not a good idea because when there aren't consequences, there can be carelessness, and this statute says it's okay. You won't be held criminally or civilly liable, and I'm addressing, of course, the civil side only here, if you make a mistake. So many easy mistakes to happen, and not knowing the patient. We heard that mentioned before, not knowing that they might be throwing up before taking the medicine and having an improper relief for that. Death certificate falsified, we heard about. The wrong patient. There's so many mistakes. We shouldn't allow this to go without consequence. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Ms. Margaret Carter.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. My
Thank
name
you.
is Margaret Carter. I'm a cancer survivor and an advocate for 9 people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I am also a caregiver for 2 people with life-altering challenges, my daughter Lucy and my 94-year-old mother who has dementia. I offer my thanks to this committee for its strong commitment to people with DD and IDD. I also want to remind you of a disability champion who is not here today. Cheryl Grossman, who died just a year ago, was unforgettable. Her tiny frame concealed the heart of a lioness. Cheryl had Bloom's disease, a rare illness that destroys the immune system. I met her in 2019 when she risked her life in a crowded waiting room to testify against this bill. Cheryl believed that physician-assisted suicide would corrupt the practice of medicine and endanger vulnerable people. She noted that she was terminally ill and argued that once PAS was normalized throughout the US, both physicians and insurers would view expensive people like her through a different lens. Eventually, the option for death would become an expectation, resulting in denial of care. Cheryl lived a full life because of remarkable medical innovations. And my remarkable daughter, Lucy, only lives today through the extraordinary commitment of physicians and researchers who dedicated the last 100 years to curing hopeless cases. PAS supporters assure us that safeguards will prevent future abuse. But Theo Boer, a Dutch ethicist who participated in 4,000 euthanasias, wrote in 2014 that once PAS becomes a standard of care, it inevitably expands. And today, in 2023, Dutch physicians may legally euthanize infants with spina bifida because of their low quality of life. I ask you to look beyond today and to protect both the future of vulnerable people and medicine itself. Please give this bill an unfavorable report.
Thank you, Ms. Carter, for sharing your story. We appreciate it. I'm going to open it up for questions now for this panel. I see Delegate Kaiser. Delegate
Thank you.
Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was for Mr. Pavola, who seemed worried about the consequences or the criminal civil liability for doctors. I'm just wondering, outside of not liking it, do you have a better suggestion of language for that liability?
Well, sure, just eliminate that like any other area of practice of medicine, doctors are responsible for their mistakes. Any area, we've heard about a half dozen doctors today. They're all very careful in their area of expertise, and they're held responsible for their mistakes. Why should this area of practice, end of life option practice of medicine, why should that be immunized from mistakes? So I would just eliminate it. Thank you.
Delegate Shalega, followed by Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. This question is for Dr. Margolis. I think I may be saying that right. Thank you for your testimony. I found it quite interesting that you were talking about that mental health, lack of a mental health evaluation for a patient that under this bill could seek end-of-life care. I'd like you to give us a little more information about that, especially in light of the fact that we've heard numerous testimonies today on both sides of the issue of people who lived much longer than the 6-month determination that this bill outlines. So give us a little more information about that, please.
Well, there's several points to be made there. One, the testimony that was given that said in Oregon there were people who survived 1,500 days and then took their medicine later. This makes the point that either physicians aren't very good at predicting a 6-month terminal illness, or that patients are getting medicine well before they're at that stage. And I think that's a general concern because the capacity of physicians is far from perfect. That's some of my own research where I've looked at both the ability of internists and non-psychiatrists as well as psychiatrists in making diagnosis. There are many errors made on that's on the mental health side. And there's abundant evidence that people facing terminal illness often do have complicating psychiatric conditions which are treatable. And that is a major problem. And the optional referral for a mental health evaluation has proven to be inadequate. In Oregon and in Canada, about 3 or 4% of all people seeking assisted suicide are ever referred for a mental health evaluation, while the estimated numbers of people who probably need such an evaluation is probably 10 times higher. So there's a number of reasons to be concerned about the general principle here and the actual specifics of how this bill is written.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, I think, is for Mr. Pavola. You made a couple comments there that I'm a little concerned about. You talked about physicians who didn't know the patients, but in this bill, it says attending physician. And that's a physician who has primary responsibility for the medical care of the individual and treatment of the individual's terminal illness. And then we have a consulting physician. So they have to see two. The consulting physician means a licensed physician who is qualified by specialty or expert or experience to confirm the professional diagnosis regarding the individual's terminal illness. And then they're also required to see a licensed psychiatrist. And then on top of all of that, it must be self-administered, which means a qualified individual's affirmative, conscious, and voluntary act of ingesting the medication. So it is totally the decision of the individual. So I'm not following your argument about doctors' mistakes.
Well, specifically, I guess you're addressing the wrong patient. And by that, I was imprecise. I should have said the wrong diagnosis for the patient because of not knowing them. You heard both Dr. Holly Ryerson and Dr. Joseph Marine testify earlier. They both bemoaned the fact that they feel like doctors who do not know the patient well will end up being the ones helping to make this decision. In their case, they both made it clear that the last thing they want to do with patients they know well is to help them to end their life. They're coaxing them, urging them, helping them all along, even through hospice care, if it will, but they don't. So they fear that more often than not, it will be a physician who doesn't really know the patient, and thus mistakes can arise.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Sure.
So are you suggesting attending physicians don't know their patients?
I was just referring to what two board certified physicians on this panel today earlier said, that they fear that this is a tendency that will happen, that the primary care physician will not be the one making the decision because that goes contrary to their nature.
But in this bill, it says the attending physician.
I understand it says that, and I
Okay,
don't.
thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So are there any other questions for this panel? Make sure I don't miss anyone. I don't see any questions. I want to thank the witnesses for your patience
Thank you.
as we ask these questions. I also want to thank those people that are still waiting for planning purposes for
Sure.
both committees.
I got
We have
one.
20 witnesses left. We have gone through 30, and now we're going to do another panel of favorable, followed by an unfavorable panel. We're going to call the first one, Linda Lamking, Dr. Elizabeth Morrison, Alexander Frazier, Maurice Olsorad, and Donna Delano Newworth. Will you for staff? And I want to thank staff for both the Judiciary and HGO Committee for taking care of us and for making sure that the witnesses are on, even when they're having issues, they're calling them and you're not seeing that. So I want to thank them. Will you be so kind and allow all those witnesses in, please, so we can be ready? Ms. Linda Lamking, will you be so kind and unmute yourself and give us your testimony? You have 2 minutes. And for the committees, it takes a little time to come on, so just be patient. And make sure you're staying hydrated, okay? Ms. Linda Lamking. Let me go to the next one. Dr. Elizabeth Morrison.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, my name is Dr. Elizabeth Morris, and I'm a psychiatrist in Maryland for 37 years, and I support this bill. I've got 3 points that I would like to make. The last point, but I'm going to make it first because it has come up, and I think it needs to be clarified. The positions that national medical organizations are taking accommodate aid and dying. You know, several people have said that the AMA opposes PAS. That's half the story. In fact, in 2019, the AMA modified its position They still oppose PAS, but they simultaneously concluded that physicians who participate in aid in dying are not violating their code of medical ethics, and that morally admirable physicians can hold divergent views. So please keep this in mind when somebody just says half the story. The other half is that it does not violate the AMA's medical code of ethics. My second point is from a psychiatric perspective, aid in dying and suicidal patients are fundamentally different. And several people have already commented on this. And my comments are that suicide is in the context of mental illness occurs because of intolerable suffering, distorted, irrational thinking, and impaired judgment. It's a tragedy. In contrast, individuals eligible for aid in dying have terminal treatment refractive illnesses. Remember, these people are dying. These are people who, if not for that illness, want to live. Lastly, most patients with psychiatric conditions do maintain capacity and can continue to make medical and end-of-life decisions. There's been a lot of speculation that there's been undiagnosed and untreated mental health disorders that are affecting their decision to wish for aid in dying. Patients nearing grieving, but they still have capacity. They should be allowed to participate in medical aid in dying. Supporting this position is a recent report from UC San Francisco, which has required for the past 5 years that all patients requesting aid in dying undergo psychiatric evaluation. They did recently a random 100 patient review and found no cases of people lacking capacity due to a mental health condition. So I think that only patients with significant depressive or other concerns should be referred for mental health evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, why don't we go with Ms. Linda Lampkin? Is she here?
I am. Can you
All
hear
right.
me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Linda Lampkin. I'm testifying today in support of HB 933, the End of Life Option Act. Ron Dickey, my husband of 42 years and a lifelong Maryland resident, would have liked to have been here today to testify himself. He said in his October 22nd op-ed published by the Baltimore Sun, "As someone who is already dying, I want to say when I'm ready to go, not when the cancer is ready to take me." Unfortunately, he passed away on November 9th. Ron didn't have a choice to avoid more suffering when he was out of options, a choice that he would have had if he lived in 10 other jurisdictions, 10 states plus DC, that allow such a choice. 1 in 5 Americans now lives in a jurisdiction where there is a choice, but Maryland is not one of them. And again, as we've heard often today, this is a choice. Safeguards are built in. There's a long history of no problems. If you personally don't think this choice is for you, then don't take it. However, do think of the others who want to end their suffering and pain. And that is clearly what my husband wanted. Please let Ron's experience energize your efforts and pass this bill. It's only for those who qualify and those who want to use it. Marylanders have said that they want this, 71% of them, according to a January poll. Ron was diagnosed with prostate cancer 4 long years ago. When there was only palliative care left for him, he said, "I urge Maryland lawmakers to pass this bill, whether or not I'm still around. There will be someone right behind me that can benefit. I still want lawmakers to enact this for those that follow." He's not here today, but let's get this done now. Thank you.
And I'm so sorry about your loss, Linda. And he's smiling at you right now for giving the testimony. So thank you for being with us today. We have next Alexandra Frazier, followed by Maurice Axelrod.
Good afternoon. I'm Reverend Alexa Fraser. Thumbs up if you can hear me.
We can hear you clearly.
I first spoke to you in 2015 to tell you about my father ending his life with a gun as he refused the pain, suffering, and loss of autonomy his advancing Parkinson's was causing. I would not have chosen this end of life for him, but he spoke through his actions. Then in 2016, I testified again because I had been diagnosed with cancer. I'm delighted to say that my cancer is in remission, but I still support this option for those who want it. Most recently, and I testified here in 2019 after I'd become a Unitarian Universalist minister. I follow the dictates of my faith, which treasures bodily autonomy and personal agency. But some people don't want to let me or others speak for themselves. That's why I was shocked when I read a Baltimore Sun article about a pro-life rally in Annapolis a few days ago. Anti-abortion speaker and podcaster Gloria Purvis was quoted as saying, in part, "We have to speak for those who cannot. That includes the person at the end of their life. We are their voices." No, Ms. Purvis, people at the end of their life are speaking for themselves, but you are choosing not to listen. Ms. Purvis, don't say that you speak for elders. The United Seniors of Maryland, a group which represents 2.5 million seniors in this state, also supports this bill. Oh, and doctors, please don't say that you have a patient-centered approach if you aren't listening to your patients. I've worked in hospitals as a chaplain. I've been with people when they were on their deathbeds. All of them know how to speak for themselves and will be able to do so with the passage of this bill.
And sorry about your loss, and thank you for being here. We have Maurice Axelrod. Maurice, are you here? I'm going to go on to,
Can you hear
okay.
me now?
Yeah, almost miss you. Go ahead.
My name is Maurice Axelrod, and I greatly appreciate this opportunity to testify in favor of this legislation. This issue is very important to me and my wife. We are both 89 years old and have been happily married for almost 67 years. We have lived a full and rich life. Unfortunately, 8 years ago, my wife was diagnosed with multiple system atrophy, an aggressive form of Parkinsonism. Then her problems were compounded by 2 falls, resulting in 2 hip replacements. The combination of her progressive neurological disease and the effect of 2 major surgeries have left her in a greatly weakened physical condition. She can no longer walk, has difficulty standing, and get around only in a wheelchair. However, she is still lucid. We have spoken many times about our mutual desire not to suffer or cause our families to suffer when we may be near death. We wish to be able to pass away peacefully and gracefully at a time of our choosing and not at a time dictated by extraneous sources. We have executed both an advanced medical directive and the Maryland medical orders for life-sustaining treatment. These documents make crystal clear that we do not want any heroic measures taken to prolong our lives. For example, we do not want resuscitation, artificial ventilation, intubation, feeding tubes, or dialysis. We fervently hope that abstaining from these measures, coupled with the assistance of palliative care and hospice, will enable us to pass away peacefully in the presence of cherished family and friends. But there remains the possibility that because of unpredictable events, such as falls, devastating strokes, brain hemorrhages, heart failure, or onset of other illnesses or diseases such as cancer, we might remain alive, but subject to a lingering condition that renders our quality of life truly abysmal and contrary to our most fervent wishes. Thus, we hope that this legislation will be enacted, and that if such unfortunate circumstances were to occur, it will enable us and others similarly situated to use the compassionate option it provides and allow us to chart our own chosen end-of-life journey.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your testimony. Hold on, don't leave until I have one more witness, and then we're going to open it up for questions. Donna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, nice to
Okay.
see you. How are
Nice to
you?
see you. Thank you. Thanks so much for the opportunity, Chairwoman, Madam Chair, members of the committee, to testify in support of this important piece of legislation today. You have my written testimony. I'm not going to belabor anything. I just wanted to make a couple of points. A little bit of background. I have over 25 years of experience as an aging professional, both on the legislative and policy side, advocating for laws to improve long-term care for older adults and people with disabilities, as well as providing direct care to people who are dying. I'm dying of Parkinson's, seriously ill patients with ataxia at Johns Hopkins Department of Neurology, and also and as an Army veteran, paraprofessional, caring for dying patients in hematology oncology. I have seen both children and adults die in pain. Things have gotten better, but there are medications that just cannot resolve some pain. But I'm not a clinician. I'll leave that to the experts. One point I just wanted to make was that I've listened to the opponents of the legislation who insist on using the terms euthanasia, physician-assisted suicide, and suicide versus the appropriate term medical aid in dying. On the face of it, it sounds just like it's a semantic issue, but it's not. Words and language matter. When you talk about suicide, everybody is in fear. This isn't about suicide. This is about people's choice to die with dignity. There's differences. In quoting an article from the Hastings Center, which
Hold
explores
on one second, please. Linda, can you mute yourself, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. In quoting from the Hastings Center, which explores the ethical, legal, and social issues in medicine, physician-assisted suicide is often inaccurate, inappropriate, and biased phrase in which opponents use to scare people about death with dignity laws. Because the person who's in the process of dying and seeking the option to hasten an already inevitable and imminent death, the request to hasten a death isn't equated with a suicide. The patient's primary objective is not to end an otherwise open-ended span of life, but to find dignity in an already impending exit from this world. They're participating in an act to shorten the agony of their final hours, not killing themselves. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I hope you will support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for respecting the time. We appreciate it. We're going to open it up now for questions for this panel. Are there questions for this panel? I see Delegate Gazzoni.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
I wanted to ask a question to Dr. Morrison, if I could. You used a phrase that I think I've only heard this first time today, first time from you, about terminal treatment refractive illnesses. And you also had given a definition of suicide. And those two things seem to be in contrast with each other. So, and this follows up a little bit on some of the stuff that Donna was just talking, but can you sort of talk about those differences and why we should not be considering this aid in dying as a suicide? Could you unmute, please?
Yes, sorry. Aid in dying patients don't want to die. Their death is imminent. You can say that, we follow hospice criteria that's with an estimated 6 months to live, but most individuals wait until nearing death before purchasing these medications. These are people who are not suicidal. They are dying, but they don't want to die. The difference with compared to suicidal patients is that these are individuals with a significant mental illness that causes intolerable suffering and intolerable suffering associated with irrational, distorted thinking and impaired judgment. These are people who, if not taking their own lives, would have lived. They were not imminently in danger of having a terminal illness that was going to cause them to die. Have I clarified your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
I have, maybe this question should go to the doctor as well. I've heard reference to this procedure being multiple steps. I have a constituent who wrote in and said it's about 20 capsules that need to be ingested. Can someone speak to that? Because I have not heard from anyone that there are so many capsules or so many steps.
Yeah, I can speak to that. The medications used for aid in dying have evolved over the years, and at the currently, they're not ingesting capsules. A compounding pharmacy mixes the dried medication of a number of drugs, one including digoxin, a powerful heart medication, and then the individual dissolves that in 4 ounces of water or orange juice, and consumes it by themselves.
And that's it. There's no
That's
other
it.
steps.
Right. That's correct.
Thank you.
No. An hour before doing that, the individual takes anti-nausea medications to avoid, vomiting up medication.
Sure. I did hear that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Taylor. Are there any other, Delegate Gazone, you still have a question? Your hand is up. No? Okay. Let me just make sure I don't miss anyone from both committees. I don't see anyone else. I want to thank you for being patient, all the witnesses. I hope you have a blessed weekend. We're now going to go on to an unfavorable panel. First, and staff, will you make sure that all of them are in, please? I'm going to call first Tom Jones, followed by Melissa Ortiz, Catherine Adelaide. There is a Patrick Durkin who called this morning to say he was not going to be testifying, and from the Maryland Coalition for Life, and Ella Ennis. So we have 4, Tom Jones, Melissa Ortiz, Catherine Adelaide, and Ella Ennis. Tom Jones, are you here? Can you unmute yourself? Let's give it a second. It does take a little bit of time for
I'm
them
here.
to
I'm
come
just
on.
trying to make it through all the different buttons.
That's
I
okay.
push.
We
you
can
hear me?
see you. How are you?
I'm doing very good. Thank you very much, Madam
Thank you
Chairwoman.
for being patient, okay?
Absolutely.
You can get started.
Okay, thank you. For our small Maryland family, this is not an issue of us trying to limit the personal autonomy of other people. It's really a concern of, if the state sanctions this practice, what impacts could it have on other people? And for our family in particular, suffers from mental illness, has been suicidal for a number of years. We're very concerned about its impact on marginalized communities. So the proponents of this bill have spoken about hypotheticals. I don't want to talk about hypotheticals. I want to talk about facts. There are studies that have been conducted that look at increases in suicides in states where this has been passed. They're very well done. They take all the other contributing factors that some of the previous proponents have spoken about, like overall increasing suicide rates, subtract them out. What they find is there's a 6.3% increase in suicides, and it could go within the margin of error as high as 9.9%, okay? Those studies have been backed up by other studies that have been done in Europe. They've actually looked at and verified that, and actually found that in some communities, in particular in female communities, the suicide rate actually increases even higher than that. So this does, in fact, increase the number of suicides. We're also very concerned about how the law is expanded. The previous speaker talked about how people with a mental illness, anorexia nervosa, can actually have access to this type of process. Obviously, that's very concerning to us as someone that has loved ones that have mental illness. Also talking about facts and not hypotheticals. There are cases that have been shown of people being coerced or this law being abused. I'd point you to the case of Thomas Middleton in Oregon. I don't have time, but I can answer under questions some of the details of that case. Criminally prosecuted, although not under this law, okay? So unfortunately, my time's at an end. I'd also point to the recent findings in Canada, where the safeguards are essentially the same as the United States, of marginalized communities being victimized by this. So I ask you, please find unfavorable on this bill. Thank you.
Melissa Ortiz.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Melissa Ortiz, and I have the honor of serving as the Senior Advisor of Able Americans, a program of the National Center for Public Policy. But I'm here to tell you my story today. There's a piece of the law that says that the physician should not recommend it, that the patient has to ask for it, or that the medical caregiver should not recommend it, that the patient has to ask for it. And I'm here to tell you that I have spina bifida occulta, a lifelong disability. I also am hydrocephalic. I was diagnosed in 2001 with breast cancer. In the summer of 2001, I was in the middle of a perfect storm of having this breast cancer, having my immune system be depressed, getting a UTI infection that had gone rogue, and then getting C. diff. And they told my husband, they said, we don't know if she's going to live out the week. Well, he left. We talked to the priest. I made my decision that I was going to ride it out because that's what I do. Then, after thinking about all through it, how every week when I came in, that they would ask me if the suffering was becoming undue. Every single week when I came for treatment. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, after my husband had gone and I was in that hospital room alone, a person appeared beside my bed, a nurse. And she said, Melissa, I need to talk to you. You have not very long to live. Don't you sort of just want to end it? Are you suffering? Is this awful? How can I help you? I was immediately alert, out of a dead sleep, and began to scream until all the medical professionals on my floor were in my room. She had not been authorized to talk to me about that. What are we going to do to protect people from that? I will talk about it more in the questions.
Thank you. And I'm sorry about your diagnosis, and I'm glad you're here with us.
Oh, thanks. I'm good.
Wonderful. That's wonderful.
No evidence of disease.
Wonderful. We have Catherine next. Catherine, are you here?
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
You all were worth the wait, because this is such an important bill to give an unfavorable report to. My name is Catherine Adelaide, and I have some various concerns about HB 933, although I would like to personally thank the chair for your amazing compassion and kindness toward everybody who testifies on a number of these different bills. You really are very kind.
Well, it's
Anyway.
both judiciary and HGO, we're doing it together. So thank you for your compliment. That's very kind.
You're
And
welcome.
thank you for
It
your
really
patience.
stands out how kind you are to everybody who's testifying and their stories. This bill is so disturbing to me. It's discriminatory against women, against the elderly, against minorities, against the disabled, the homeless, the mentally ill, including those with depression and those with PTSD. This bill just subjects the vulnerable to duress and coercion that's completely unnecessary. And if it's unwanted, if it's wanted, people have a thing called free will, and they can act on their own free will if they feel that they must terminate their own life. We don't need government. We don't need legislators to hurry things along. There's no magic pill to fix death. It's an irreversible decision to do assisted suicide, and death is inevitable. So we don't need to push anybody over the cliff. I would prefer that you legislators use your legislation as legislators in a more positive way to help vulnerable persons. Secondly, to me, the bill is fatally flawed. There's not enough safeguards to possibly make this without significant risk. There's no witness required. The opportunities for abuse of this bill so far outweigh any possible anything positive, because believe it or not, God gives people their free will, and people can choose to exercise their bodily autonomy without any help from the legislators or the government. So I do encourage you give an unfavorable report to HB 933. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Patrick Darkin is not here. Let's go to Ella Ennis. Are you here? Will you be so kind and unmute yourself, please? Ella Ennis, are you here? For staff,
Yeah,
is she?
yes. Here we
Okay.
go. Thank you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No need to apologize. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Ella Ennis, and I'm the Maryland Federation of Republican Women strongly oppose 933 to legalize assisted suicide in Maryland, and we hope you will read our written testimony as well. Voluntary assisted suicide can quickly become an involuntary remedy to illness and disability. In Oregon, there are reported cases where the state-run healthcare system refused to provide physician-prescribed treatments for advanced stage cancer patients, saying it was inappropriate to their situation, but they offered to pay for prescriptions for them to end their lives. This is not voluntary. In 2016, the state of Washington, about 1/3 of the prescriptions issued were not used. Some individuals died of other causes, and some died from ingesting the death prescriptions from a previous year, which undermines the accuracy of being able to likely to die within 6 months criteria of the bill. The Oregon Death with Dignity Act of 2021's data summary reports that the disposition of 145 prescriptions was unknown, and that we don't know what happens to these prescriptions, and people could die unknowingly. The data summary also says in previous years, the 3 most frequently reported end-of-life concerns was loss of autonomy, decreasing ability to participate in activities that like life enjoyable, and lost dignity. Uncontrolled pain was not one of the top 3 reasons for requesting aid in dying. So instead of encouraging people to end their lives, our focus should be on providing those services needed to help them to live out their lives. Maryland is known as the free state. Please do not make Maryland the death state. We pray for you to give this bill an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your patience in getting through and for being with us. I'm going to open it up now for questions for this panel, and I'm going to look and see if their hands are up for both committees, and you're welcome to ask questions. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your patience, and have a blessed weekend, okay? For planning purposes for the committees, there are 10 witnesses left. We're going to go now to a favorable panel. I'm going to call them, and staff, will you be so kind and make sure they're in the room? Seth Morgan, Nora Miller-Smith, Martin Mitchell, Susan Lyon, and Susan Norman. Seth Morgan, will you please unmute yourself? And thank you for your patience. I know we're getting to the end, and we thank you for hanging in there with us. Will you get started, please?
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Seth Morgan. I'm a physician, a person with disabilities due to multiple sclerosis and cancer, and an advocate for people with disabilities, and I strongly support this act. Like most Americans with or without disabilities, I value my right to make independent choices. I find it both condescending and offensive when organizations attempt to speak on behalf of all of us with disabilities. Some individuals with disabilities might consider aid in dying as an option if the situation arose, others might not. The data indicate that a large majority of Americans with disabilities capable of independent decision-making support aid in dying. Surveys performed in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Jersey found that 62 to 75% with self-identified disabilities supported aid in dying. Regardless, each of us should be allowed to make our own choice. I'm going to change the middle of my testimony to respond to the last panel there were two references made to specific cases of abuse. There have been a lot of these that are vague, and in fact, the one that I did look up, which is Thomas Middleton, Oregon, the allegation was that he was pushed into medical aid and dying by his friend who, quote unquote friend, Tammy Sawyer, who robbed and defrauded over 30 people, including Mr. Middleton. And in fact, the case is that Sawyer was not involved in Middleton's request for and receipt of the medical aid and dying. So again, there is a lot of vagueness in these claims. There are a lot of cases that I've reviewed that show that problem. Lastly, two current Maryland laws permitting actions hastening death through either palliative sedation or voluntary stopping of eating and drinking provide none of the protections built into this End-of-Life Act. And the use of palliative sedation may be initiated without the permission of the affected individual. The cooling off period, the requirement for review by multiple doctors are specific and only in this particular bill. And I request that you I request a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nora Miller-Smith.
Yes, good afternoon, chairs and committee members. My name is Nora Miller-Smith, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters Maryland in support of this bill, and I'm also speaking as a nurse. The League believes state law should grant the option for a terminally ill person to request medical assistance from a relevant licensed physician to end one's life, and that such legislation should include safeguards against abuse. In patient-centered care, an individual's specific health needs and desired health outcomes are the driving force behind all healthcare decisions. It's a true collaboration between the patient and medical provider. When seen through a patient-centered care lens, relief of suffering, whether physical, mental, or emotional, can be seen as a crucial treatment goal. When death is inevitable, some patients view the loss of autonomy and the inability to decide how to spend their final days as more frightening than the prospect of worsening physical pain. Compassionate care designed to meet their needs can seem out of reach. This legislation is designed to enable patients and their providers, if they choose, to help extend compassionate care to a patient's final days. The option of maintaining some self-determination and control at the end of one's life is a great comfort, even if the patient winds up not taking the medication. Maryland has a long history of considering, but not passing, death with dignity legislation. After multiple attempts after 28 years and with broad popular support, it's now time to pass this important bill. The League of Women Voters Maryland and its members throughout the state urge the committee to give a favorable report. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Excellent timing there. 16 seconds. Let's go on and see if Martin Mitchell can beat that. Martin Mitchell.
Okay, we'll try to wrap it up. Greetings,
All right.
Madam Chairman and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you, of course, for sponsoring this bill. This is a very serious and critical piece of legislation. My name is Councilmember Mitchell. I'm the at-large councilman for the city of Laurel. Also, I'm the political action chair for the Maryland State Conference, NAACP. I am proud to say I'm still supporting this legislation along with my fellow Young Democrats, something I have strongly supported when I was former president of Prince George's County Young Democrats. I'm sure every single member has been briefed on the new poll conducted by the Gonzalez Incorporated. This poll shows overwhelming support for medical aid in dying in the great state of Maryland. Over 2/3 of Maryland residents support the End-of-Life Options Act. As a state that is about to set the model for enshrining reproductive rights into the Maryland Constitution, let's continue to support bodily autonomy for terminally ill patients. I had a long conversation with my 80-year-old grandmother, and after understanding all of the inherent protections in the bill, she then agreed. She would probably never utilize this act, but she does want it to pass because she believes in her free will and her bodily autonomy over everything. And if anybody knows my grandmother, she's a deeply religious, and she believes in her faith. I want to take a second to quote a statement from our great governor, Wes Moore. I think it is something that we as a society, we as a state have to make sure that we are protecting the ability for people to make clear mind, clear heart, independent decisions about the suffering that they are enduring and the suffering that their family members are watching them go through. Those words were from Tuesday, March 7th, Washington Post article. The time is now to finally pass this compassionate legislation that would allow to lessen suffering. I would like to urge this compassionate, caring, and deliberative body to pass HB 933. Thank you.
All right, not quite, but you beat the clock. Thank you. And thank you for being here. Next, we have Susan Lyon. Susan, are you here?
Susan Lyon
Hi.
or Normand?
There's two. There's a Lyon and there's a Norman, but you can go ahead, Susan Norman, because you responded. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Pena-Melnick, Chairman Klippinger, and all the committee members, and everybody else who's testifying. As you've heard by now, there are many arguments by people on both sides of this issue. I would like to take a moment to remind everyone that we're here because we are in favor of this bill to speak for those who are no longer with us, like my father. My dad was a strong man, a football player who stayed active his whole life by jogging and playing golf. And if I cry, that's all right. A smart man who was a physical therapist and helped work on some of the first computer systems for the VA. A creative man, an avid painter and woodcarver. After living for years with Parkinson's, arrhythmia, COPD, and diabetes, his health declined rapidly in 2014 after the death of my mother. My brothers and I were his main caregivers. He could no longer do anything without help. He was 87 years old and had lived a long, full life filled with friends, children, grandchildren, and 60 years married to his best friend and the love of his life. He asked me numerous times over many months to get the shotgun because he was done. He didn't want to live anymore. I said, Dad, you can't even hold up a gun. I would have to help you, and I'm not going to jail for you. In his mind, there was no reason for him to live. Do you know how hard it is to deny someone you love who has severely diminished quality of life to ask you for something and you can't do it? To not be able to respect the life they lived and support them making their own choice about their own body. How am I or anyone else, including family, religious leaders, or medical professionals, in a position to dictate what somebody else does with their own life? I strongly ask you to vote yes for this bill to support people having control over their bodies and their medical care throughout their lives, even resulting in death. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for sharing your story. I can tell you for a fact that your father is so proud of you, but very proud of his granddaughter, who we all love. You know,
well, thank
she's
you. You're
amazing.
such a sweetheart.
She is. She's amazing.
I would like to say too that when my mother was diagnosed with brain cancer, which was terminal, I looked into moving both of them to Oregon to have assisted suicide or whatever, medical death with dignity, whatever words you want to call it, because neither one of them wanted to live without the other one. And they would have rather have gone together. But because my dad didn't have a terminal diagnosis, he was not eligible for assisted suicide, because all those things together can be terminal, but he had no terminal diagnosis.
Yeah, in this bill, you have to have a terminal diagnosis.
Yeah, I know. And that's the same thing in Oregon. That's why we didn't go to Oregon, and they both have, because.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. So we have, thank you for sharing. Really appreciate it. Susan Lyon. Is Susan Lyon here? Let's give her a second. All right, I don't hear her. So let's just open it up for questions for this panel. Are there any questions? Delegate Bagno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
I'm here, by the way.
Oh, go ahead. You almost missed. You know, you would have had to go get an attorney from judiciary to plead your case. Go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry. I kept hitting unmute. Nothing happened.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I'm Susan Lyon from Rockville, Maryland, and I was raised in a staunch Catholic family. I'm here because I have witnessed firsthand what's possible when we pass this act as written. I was with my friend Leah Ray in Washington, D.C. when she sipped the legal medicine that ended her suffering. Leah was brilliant and kind. She loved her husband. She'd been a reporter. She rode horses, created art, tutored Latin, pampered 3 rotten dogs, and loved silent films. But then, for 6 years, cancer ravaged Leah's body. She spent those years in both traditional and NIH experimental protocols, but each eventually failed. Still, she embraced life. In her last 3 months, her body sat in a chair from which she couldn't move, and for 3 weeks, she couldn't eat. But in November 2019, Leah wrested power away from the cancer that had hijacked her life. She determined the where and the when, not the cancer, not anybody else. Leah died quickly and peacefully, not among machines in a sterile hospital, but with those she treasured and who cherished her. She died how she lived, with agency, dignity, and resolve. No one is forced to avail themselves of medical aid in dying. But for those who need it, and for those who love them, it is a godsend. Please pass this bill. Thank you.
And thank you for sharing your story. We
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it. And thank you for being here today. I'm going to
Thanks.
open it up now for questions for this panel for both committees. I have Delegate Bagnall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I
pleasure.
think this question is for Dr. Morgan. You had spoken about some of the guardrails around palliative care and the guardrails around this bill. And I'm just wondering if you know by chance how death is listed on the death certificate for palliative sedation.
Well, by virtue of the fact that it tends in the past, because you have to get more and more sedative medication, it's usually intravenous. It's not done at home. You're usually in the hospital and often in an intensive care setting. So it is a process in which you are given initially sedation for pain control, and it gets ratcheted up. And at some point, the doctors will say, well, we're not controlling it adequately. And they then turn to the family and say, we can't really get it under good control. What do you want us to do? And they ratchet it up further if the family is in agreement. And on the death certificate, they died of whatever the underlying condition was that led to the scenario. So it is a sort of wink, wink, nod, nod phenomenon that has been going on for years. The currently available ways in which death can be hastened legally do not provide any of the protections. And in fact, for sedation, it usually is not even at the request of the patient. It is something that the family is asked about and make a decision on.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Let me just check, make sure I don't miss anyone. I don't see any. Thank you for being with us today, and thank you for sharing your personal stories. Both committees appreciate it. Now we're going on to our last panel for planning purposes, our last 5. Afterwards, I am going to let Vice Chair, actually the Chairman of Judiciary, address his committee. Then I'll address our committee and we'll conclude. The first witnesses, and for staff, will you please be so kind and allow them all to come in? Bridget Koch, Martha Schreier, and I hope I pronounced your last name correctly, Kristen Holt, Sharon Quick, and Becky Ford will be the last witness. Let's start with Bridget. Are you here? Let's give it a minute. It takes a minute just to sign in with the audio. And thank you for both committees for being so kind, respectful, and patient. Bridget? All right, let's go on to Martha. Martha?
Thank you for listening to me today.
Absolutely. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I would like to, among the many reasons for opposing HB 933, I will share two. Number one, we don't know the value of our own lives. About 25 years ago, and I apologize if you've heard this story before, but I know there are a lot of new people on the committee, so thanks for your patience. About 25 years ago, I helped provide some adult daycare for Dave, a member of my church community, so his wife Winnie could work long enough to qualify for full retirement benefits. Dave had muscular dystrophy and couldn't take care of his personal needs. For about 2 years, we took turns for an hour a day, feeding him lunch, emptying his catheter bag, changing his diaper sometimes, and reading inspirational articles to him. Although it was certainly humiliating for Dave, it was a powerful, positive experience for us. We learned lessons in unselfishness, cheerfulness, patience, humility, compassion, and love. And we've taught these lessons to our children, our grandchildren, and our friends. Dave has no idea how many lives he touched. So that's an important principle that I think we need to be aware of in this law. And as difficult as it was for Dave, it would have been much harder if HB 933 had been the law then. And hopefully I can explain why. About 20 years ago, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and I fear the magnitude of the burden that I can become on my family. Remembering Dave and the demands of his personal needs, I wonder whether I'll prevent my husband from traveling to visit grandchildren. Will my health and caring for me strain his health and compromise it? I don't want the money we've invested for our grandchildren's education to be spent on my lawn care. There are a lot of hard questions, and a lot more hard questions than these. But with those hard questions, it's easy to wonder whether your family's resenting caring for you. It's easy to feel like you're a needless burden. So if there's I think it will be very easy to take it. So the reason is when you change the choice from being a moral one to a therapeutic one, it makes it harder to ask your family and friends to help you with your burdens. I feel personal compassion and tolerance for suffering people who deliberately end their lives. But this bill crosses the line of tolerance into approval and assistance by changing the definition of suicide and instituting a legal medical procedure for doing it. You can't legislate compassion. That's a moral issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for sharing the story. We appreciate it. Next, we have Martha, followed by Kristen. How about Kristen? Why don't you go ahead? I know I saw you.
Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. Hi.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair Clippinger. Thank you for the vice chairs and the committee members. I'm Dr. Kristen Holt. I'm a hospital pharmacist. Professionally, I have cared for patients with terminal illness, and I have lost several family members to it as well. I believe there's noble intent here to alleviate suffering among legislators, and House Bill 933, I believe, goes too far. In written testimony, I've submitted 7 reasons I believe it's problematic, beginning with transparency. While the bill claims it is not assisted suicide, in fact, it easily meets the American Medical Association definition, as noted in my written testimony, as well as the international literature I looked at. The AMA Code of Ethics does warn Physician-assisted suicide is fundamentally incompatible with the physician's role as healer, would be difficult or impossible to control, and would pose serious societal risks. Instead of engaging in assisted suicide, physicians must aggressively respond to the needs of patients at the end of life. So my primary concern is that it does make suicide acceptable. Over the last decade, as we've heard, in the US, suicide has increased substantially. This bill sanctions self-harm as a medical option in Maryland, starting with the most vulnerable. So Canada was mentioned, and their commitment to compassion and inclusivity has resulted in, for them, a slippery slope. Between 2016 and 2021, just 5 years after signing into law, the Medical Assistance in Dying program, it accounts for 3% of all deaths in Canada. While first limited to adults with terminal illness, it has since broadened to any irremediable and intolerable condition. Next year, they plan to include the mentally ill and mature minors. This is real. I'm going to jump to what I think I want to speak to regarding pharmacists. So this is probably an omission, but there is an omission of an explicit civil liability protection for pharmacists who want to opt out. And lastly, regarding the, I'll just stop there. But thank you. I'll end with this. Instead, healthcare providers should remain committed to the dignity of our patients with compassionate clinical care. And along with optimizing pain and palliative care, with which pharmacists are a part of, we want to reaffirm a holistic approach that empowers citizens to live their final days with purpose. I request an unfavorable vote to House Bill 933. Please don't bring this to Maryland. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony and making time to testify today. I didn't mean to call Martha again. It was Bridget, and Bridget is not here. I am going to go ahead actually and call Sharon Quick, followed by Becky Ford, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm Dr. Sharon Quick from Washington with expertise in pediatric anesthesia, critical care, and medical ethics. This bill does not give patients new choices. It gives new rights and powers to doctors by creating subjective, error-prone criteria by which they place people into either a protected group, where standard of care for wishing a hastened death is mental health treatment, or a marginalized group who can be harmed. Doctors expand their role to judge, jury, and assistant executioner. The prime witness is dead. Doctors are immune from civil and criminal charges. Financial forces favor death, and power shifts away from patients. Allowing doctors to violate the equality of persons principle destroys the foundation of law, medical ethics, and autonomy itself. Safeguards are ineffective. Doctor noncompliance, coercion, inappropriate selection, botched attempts, and active euthanasia are documented. The Oregon Health Division states doctors' reports could be a cock and bull story. They can't enforce the law or detect abuse. Hundreds of doctors' and patients' consent forms are missing. Depressed patients and those with non-terminal diagnoses like anorexia, hernia, and arthritis are getting lethal drugs, but doctors are not challenged. Up to 17% of patients live longer than 6 months, up to about 3 years. Given no consent form validation of witness identity or voluntary patient signature, and no capacity evaluation or a neutral party when patients ingest lethal drugs, laws in this bill are a perfect setup for undetected elder abuse and allow greedy heirs to hasten death. Oregon now waives the waiting period for those close to death, a prediction based on a guess of one physician without stated expertise. No patient within days of death can give valid consent and risks dying from aspirating lethal drugs. This reckless abuse has claimed 156 victims. Patients now distrust and fear doctors' motives. Doctors distrust colleagues when patients have inappropriately been killed over their objections by colleagues' prescriptions. Pain should never be a reason to seek lethal drugs. Please vote unfavorable. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And we have Becky Ford. Ms. Ford?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
My computer is flicking a little.
May I ask you a favor? Can you turn your video off and just give us your testimony?
Okay, sure.
Thank you. So it doesn't, I see myself in your video. Go ahead.
Yeah, me too.
If you could turn the video off, we could hear you. Yes,
Yep,
that's so much
perfect.
better.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for being flexible. Go ahead and give us your testimony, please.
Thank you. My name is Becky Ford, and I strongly oppose House Bill 933. I know what it is like to have a chronic diagnosis. No, it is not always fair. I can't always do everything that everyone else can. But I know as hard as it is, I, like so many others, with any chronic and even terminal diagnosis, am a pioneer. Maybe life is harder for certain people, but it's those people that help others who are going to face the same diagnosis in the future with advances in healthcare. Sorry. But I too get it. I get what it's like to want to give up. Aid in dying is not the answer. It's a permanent choice that can't be changed. I know this because I have chronic major depression, anxiety, and PTSD, and I am a multiple suicide survivor. My first attempt was in April 2011. My second was in May of 2013. And since then, there have been times where I have been suicidal and have had suicidal ideation. But
Okay, Ms. Ford, do you want to take a second to wrap your thoughts?
yes, there is a real danger in this law. For me, with someone with chronic depression who doesn't know on any given day when they'll wake up in that black hole. It's not a solution I want, or for an insurance company or a doctor to push on me. The man that Dan Diaz, who gave an appealing testimony earlier, I actually had a therapist who threw a pamphlet at me one time because I had chronic depression, who gave up on me and told me to go to Oregon. The only reason I didn't was because at that time it cost money. It had his face on it and it had his wife's face on it. I hold no ill will towards him, but that is what this bill will lead to. People with mood disorders have an invisible illness, one many people think that you can recognize, but we put on a fake smile and no one really knows what's going on. Suicide is not the way out. If I had succeeded, I'd have missed out on so much. I'd have left a family behind and a boatload of things on my bucket list. For those who think this is death with dignity, no, it's death that's fast and permanent. And there is regret. I absolutely regret the choices I made giving up. I'm worth something, even when I don't always feel that way. And I'm thankful that I'm still here to advocate and pester on the issues that matter most. We are allowed to feel messed up and inside out, but it doesn't mean we're defective. It just means we're human. I please ask for an unfavorable vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ford, for sharing your personal experience. I'm really sorry that you experienced what you just described. I'm glad that you're here, and thank you for being with us today, okay? I'm going to open it up now for questions for the last 5 witnesses. And I first saw Delegate Arakan, followed by Delegate Shalega, followed by Delegate Alston. Delegate Arakan.
What a moving panel. Thank you all for being here today. My question's for Ms. Martha. You mentioned a little bit about how you took care of someone who was struggling with some pretty severe physical issues. So I'm wondering, is there any amendments or any ways that you think that we could make this bill better, or what are your concerns specifically, how to protect people that are disabled, people who may have developmental or emotional issues?
I just don't think there's a way that you can change it from being a moral question to a therapeutic one. I just think they're incompatible. We don't prosecute people for ending their own lives, and all of us hearing the stories today, your heart goes out and you understand why people do it. And right now the law is silent on that, and I think that's as far as we should go If we try to make laws that say it's okay to take your life, for a few people, I don't see how it can't keep going later on. I just think silence from the law is the right place to be, because it lets the rest of us personally be compassionate.
Thank you. Delegate Shalega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Kristen Holt, the pharmacist. What can you tell us about the conscience clause issues? I'm very concerned about conscience clause protections for physicians, healthcare workers, hospice workers, and pharmacists. People don't think about the pharmacists that should have conscience clause protections. So if you can give us some ideas about your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Delegate Shalega. I really appreciate your intentionality there. I'll say that I think there was an effort within the bill to bring sort of a liberality for physicians. It was explicitly stated within the bill to opt out, to be covered from a civil liability standpoint. Perhaps it was just an oversight, but there are other professionals that would like to have that recognized, that we have a conscience that we want to operate under. And, there are situations where it's, within my career where I've seen various conscience issues come up, where legislators and governors and others have said, hey, pharmacists have to do what we say. So I would like there to be some level of recognition among the body here to include allied health and others, to make sure that I did see the provision there that there is some immunity from the board, our boards, from disciplining us for refusing to participate. But particularly that civil liability piece that was only covered for physicians, would like to see that broadened to make sure there's a recognition here that there are folks that would object to it. I also want to speak to the access issue, because from the standpoint of compounding, there are medications that could be prescribed and simply be dispensed as is, but this piece about compounding it and specific for a concoction. So understanding that when it's done in the medical indication being clear what this is for, typically pharmacists are used to looking at it from a safety perspective. So it would be really clear that this is for a specific intent, and we could be in a position conscience-wise where we just couldn't do that. So thank you for considering this, and thank you for the question.
Delegate Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Shalega actually asked my question. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Let me just check to make sure I don't miss anyone. Okay, there are no further questions. Thank you for the witnesses for being patient, for being with us today. We really appreciate it. And you have a wonderful, blessed weekend, okay? Chairman Clippinger.
Thank you all very much for your testimony today. The Judiciary Committee will now stand in recess until next week. Thank you all very much and have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to Delegate Clippinger and to Delegate Moon, and for both committees for being with us today. For the Health and Government Operations Committee, we have voting right now, so please log off and use the link that was sent to your emails. Have a wonderful, blessed weekend.